Test 1, 2. Buckle my shoe. All right, good morning. We're getting this. Am I a little loud here, Bob?
That's because the sound's coming from.
I say, am I a little loud? Uh-huh. Best Elvis. Well, since my baby left me, I found a new place to dwell. You ain't nothing but a hound dog. All right. All right, thank you. So we're getting started a little late. It's 5 after 10. Thank you for your patience. Please rise and join the board in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance.
Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we have a quorum. All board members are present. With regard to a president's report, I really don't have a report today other than interesting weather we've been having lately, and we should be grateful whatever it is. Agenda review, any comments from any board members regarding the agenda? Any board member communications? All right, we're just moving right along here. So let's move to public comment, and a reminder, public comment at this point in time would be for items under the purview of the district, but not on today's agenda. And anyone who wishes to speak has 3 minutes. And I have one request to speak on this particular item, and Christine Heinrichs.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good morning. President Farmer, you'd prefer that I stop asking the board to address ICE and its offenses against the public. You claim that because Hispanics in Cambria are frightened by ICE, the board should remain silent, should also be intimidated, rather than stand up to protect Cambrians. I disagree. That's the opposite of what the board should do. When Cambrians are threatened, our obligation is to stand up for them. I will continue to raise the issue and give the board the opportunity to do so, as many other communities in California and across the country have done. White people have an affirmative duty to speak out and speak up. White men have run this country, are running this country, and need to be the loudest voices pushing back. You took an oath to defend the district against enemies foreign and domestic. 2 more murders in the streets. Haitians in shackles, now electric gloves to shock people. Police don't need these. These outrages require response from elected officials at all levels. Silence is assent. Violations such as these should raise alarms. A free society must scrutinize the power of the state, especially when it operates with raids and bureaucratic opacity. We need to stand up for others. ICE has not quieted down. It's even worse. ICE's budget has tripled. ICE has quietly doubled its immigrant arrest quota. It's now arresting 2,000 people per day. Every day, more of our neighbors, people who are in the United States legally, even American citizens, are being swept up at immigration check-ins, traffic stops, workplaces, and public spaces. Raids have intensified in many cities. Mass arrests of workers, arrests during the World Cup games. A nun was arrested and a pastor wrestled to the ground. ICE is now using facial recognition technology and has already scanned thousands of immigrants and protesters' faces. This kind of street-level surveillance raises profound legal questions about what are, in effect, warrantless searches. Individuals can protest and resist ICE in many ways, such as reporting ICE sightings and activities and registering our outrage with Congressman Jimmy Panetta and Senators Padilla and Schiff, who are speaking out. You, as elected representatives of Cambria, can hold an open discussion at a public meeting and adopt a resolution opposing ICE, as the state and many other communities have done. ICE works for us. They are employed by our tax dollars. We have a right and the duty to see that they do not abuse the powers they have been granted. Please add the subject of ICE enforcement to your next meeting agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heinrichs. Let's move on to public safety. And Ms. Dotson, do we have Commander Abbas available?
He was, but he's no longer in the meeting.
That's Commander Abbas, by the way, from the Sheriff's Department. So let's move on to the California Highway Patrol. Is Commander Januso available?
No.
Well, I believe our fire chief is here. So Mr. Berkey, if you would like to step up, move forward here. Oh, well, Mr. Berkey isn't stepping forward. So. Yes, good morning, Mr. Castellanos, right?
Good morning. Michael Castellanos. I'm here to fill in for Chief Berkey
Okay.
while he's out. So I'll be doing the July's chief report.
Okay, thank you.
All
And
right.
good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. So for July, we've had 2 fires. Can you guys hear me? 2 fires, 53 medical aids, 5 traffic collisions, 6 hazardous conditions, 13 public assists, 17 false alarms for a total of 96 calls. 49 of those were residents, 28 non-residents. So for total year to date, that brings us to 714 calls compared to last year. For 2025, we were at 626. For public education and interaction, of course, we had the 4th of July Shamel Park event. And then we also had Camp Cinder. Camp Cinder is a program that Kayla Graves was a part of, and it's the 3rd year that you've done it? 4th year. So it's a program to get young women into the fire service. So it's a 4-day camp event where every day they're training on structure fires, rope rescue, water rescue, rappelling, and helicopter rescues. So it's a really good event that brings in more females to the fire service. What else do we got? That's about it. Do you guys have any questions?
Any board members have any questions of Mr. Castellanos? Yes, Director Thomas.
The timber fire, I don't know exactly. I don't have a report on that. I know it's continuing to grow because that terrain is so tough. We're just having a hard time getting crews out there, so it's more of an air show. And I do know that last night with the potential for the thunder and lightning storms coming in, that crews had to pull out for safety reasons. But it's still continuing to creep down to the coastline, Highway 1. But that's all I really know right now. Thank you.
Great, okay. Have we had any out-of-district deployments?
Yes, you did. We sent our water tender accompanied with 2 of our firefighters to the Gan fire. They were a part of the task force 1474 with 4 other engines in this county. And they were there for about 6 days, helping out with mop up and shuttling of water. And so they got back a couple days ago. And now we're on the list for the next potential campaign fire.
Appreciate the contribution we're making. Thank you.
Absolutely. Anything else?
Director Thomas, I'll follow up, update on the timber fire. It's 7% contained and it's at 4,245 acres. So it jumped about 500 acres since yesterday morning.
All right. Thank you, General Manager McElhaney, and thank you, Mr. Castellanos. Have a pleasant week. You and the crew have a quiet weekend.
Thank you.
You bet.
President Farmer, we now have Commander Abbas online.
Oh, cool. Commander Abbas, good morning.
Good morning. How's everyone doing?
We're doing okay so far.
Great to hear. Looking at our call statistics for the month of July, we had a total of 199 calls, down from 251 the prior year. Of note were 17 enforcement stops and 4 preventative patrol activities. This report accounts for the 4th of July holiday weekend. It was noted throughout the coast area and anecdotally in Cambria that the number of fireworks or the prevalence of fireworks throughout the weekend, particularly on Saturday, the 4th of July, was down from last year. And I think that's going to account in part for the lower number of calls for service that we were showing between this year and last year. Also wanted to bring up, because it has come up at some of the other areas along the coast, referencing graffiti. So the sheriff, run through the Sheriff's Auxiliary Volunteer Patrol, has a graffiti abatement vehicle. So it's a vehicle that's equipped with pressure washer and paint matching capabilities that is used to help eradicate graffiti or remediate graffiti in public spaces. Currently, our volunteer that runs that piece of equipment is out. So if there is anybody interested in getting involved in the Sheriff's Auxiliary Volunteer Patrol or operating our graffiti abatement vehicle, we're looking for help. So you can feel free to contact our crime prevention, one of our crime prevention specialists, including Brandy Swain. Her number is 805-781-4578. Again, her name is Brandy Swain, 805-781-4578, and she is with the Sheriff's Crime Prevention Unit, who helps facilitate the Sheriff's Auxiliary Volunteer Patrol. That's what I have, unless anybody else has anything for me.
Does anyone have any comments for the sheriff? For the commander, excuse me. Well, it doesn't seem so. I will say this, and I haven't noticed recently, but it seems as if we've always had the volunteer vehicle here in Cambria for the sheriff's department. Like I say, I haven't seen it as much recently, but I think we've always had at least a couple of people in this community that have always been involved. So have you had that kind of success in other areas in the county?
Yeah, so the programs are run centrally through our sheriff's headquarters, but the volunteers deploy through or out of the substation. So we have our group of volunteers at the Sheriff's Coast Station, as do North Station in Templeton and South Station in Oceana. So the recruitment, again, it is kind of regional. So the volunteers are generally in the community of the substation that they're deploying out of. There is some training that they'll end up doing. We call it the Sheriff's Auxiliary Volunteer Patrol Academy, where the volunteers will learn about the department and then just some basic patrol functionality and what is expected of them and what they can contribute to the community and the department as part of the program.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And once again, I hope it's a relatively quiet weekend for the sheriff's department, or a quiet
Thanks, sir.
rest of the month for that matter.
Agreed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Do we have any public comment on the sheriff's report?
No.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Heinrichs?
Thank you. Yes, I'd just like to give a shout out to the CAL FIRE fireman who escorted Ventana Wildlife Society condor biologist Joe Burnett up to the condor sanctuary to release the 2 condors who had been without food and water for several days. and were ready to be released back to the wild flock, and they were successfully released. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your involvement in that area. Let's move on to item number 5 in the consent agenda. Um, Taking a look at the expenditure report. Any directors have any comments on the expenditure report? Director Thomas.
Thank you, President Farmer. You know, just a couple items.
Oh, it is on. He needs to be closer to it.
Got a green light. Okay. Just wanted to call attention to, on page 9 and page 10, the expenditures to Frugoli Greg, that's Ecotone's landscaping, for the fire department landscaping, and then on the next page, Potter Plumbing, for the installation and repair of the water heater and urinal. It's we often think of F&R handling Fiscal Lady Ranch, the Vets Hall, the open space parcels, but we have to keep in mind they also maintain the fire station as well, and they have a large scope there. On page 12, I just it just jumped out at me to SDRMA, the property liability insurance. That's that's 668,000 is a 26% increase from what we were charged a year ago. So that is a hit in the budget. So that's in there, and it's worth keeping in mind. That's one area that is way ahead of inflation. And then on that same page, really delighted to see, and thanks for your shout out to CAL FIRE. If you look at the CAL FIRE dispatch center, the 70,000 we paid there is no different from what we paid a year ago. So shout out to CAL FIRE for not raising those rates. That's all I had.
Thank you, Director Thomas. So let me just ask the general manager if he can give us any feedback with regard to the increase in the cost of SDRMA, and maybe a brief explanation as to what that exactly is.
Thank you, President Farmer. SDRMA is our insurance company for all of our district properties and liability insurance and things of that nature. And I don't really have an explanation other than costs are starting to go up when it comes to insurance. And when you have claims and things like that, insurance tends to go up as well.
All right.
Yeah, hearing.
All right. Thank you. So I have, yes.
I just wanted to apologize for using that acronym, Special District Risk Management Authority, I believe, SDRMA. So apologies for using that acronym so quickly. Thanks.
Not a problem. Director Gray.
Yeah, thank you, President Farmer. Just a follow-up question on that, actually. And I don't know the answer to this one, but are we locked into SDRMA, or is there any competing insurance carrier, either for these separate items or for the whole package?
There are other insurance companies. SDRMA is widely used by a lot of special districts, and we've been using them for years, but there are other competing insurance agencies. We haven't looked at that, but that's something we can look at in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Gray. So I have, I was also going to ask about SDRMA, but thankfully Director Thomas already has. So I just have a couple of questions on page 8 with regard to Civic Plus and the municipal library management, $20,000, and then the renewal. So a brief explanation as to us. Total is just under 29,000. So what is that? Just a reminder for us.
Thank you, President Farmer. That Civic Plus is our website plugin that provides accessibility features. And so there are recent laws over the past couple of years that all local governments need to have an accessible website for those that may be hearing or vision impaired. There's also translation tools for almost any language for any document that's posted on the website. So there's tools embedded in the website for those individuals that struggle with that are vision or hearing impaired, as well as translation tools. So for our Hispanic community, they can translate any document we have into Spanish or any other language for that fact.
Well, thank you. That's certainly beneficial for the entire community and for the district as well. Thank you so much. So also on page 10, Open Civic Incorporated, and this is just a little under $65,000, and I think this is quarterly. So if you could just remind, so it's about just under $250,000 for the year. If you could just remind us what OpenGov is providing for the district and the community.
OpenGov is the contract that we signed approximately 2 or 3 months ago for our asset management. So that company is currently doing a inventory of all of the district's assets, working in maintenance plans, work order systems, so we can do long-range fiscal planning on district infrastructure. Typically, the district has done it through institutional knowledge for those that have been here for quite a while, but they're mapping out every single water and sewer line, our entire fleet, fire department, capital, and mapping, creating a roadmap for us in terms of our asset management and long-range capital planning.
Thank you. So should we anticipate this cost remaining somewhat consistently like this for as long as we're involved with them?
It will be consistent. These charges, and I'll defer to Ms. Fritz, but there's some Upware software costs that we're paying. And then from then on would be the software management services underneath that. I can't read that.
I mean, it just seems like a lot of money to me, but I have no clue as to how much work they actually do and how involved it is. So thank you. All right, let's move on to item 6A. And, oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. We need to have a motion to okay, sorry. Thankfully, I happen to have two former presidents on each side of me here who are much brighter than I am. And, okay, do we have any public comment on the expenditure report? Do we have any comments on the consent agenda in total?
No.
No, thank you. Would anyone on the board have any comments on the minutes? Okay, thank you. Would anybody like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I so move.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Ms. Dodson, a roll call, please.
Director Gray,
Aye.
Vice President Dean,
Aye.
Director Thomas,
Aye.
Director Scott,
Aye.
President Farmer.
Aye. Let's move on to the regular business and item 6A. And General Manager McElhaney, if you would introduce this item.
Thank you, President Farmer. Agenda item 6A, discussion and consideration of approval of a construction contract with Newton Construction Management Incorporated for the Cambria Skate Park project and authorization for the general manager to execute the contract. As we know, it's been a long road to get here. We had a lowest responsible bid of $1,344,000, and we had a shortfall of about $175,000 in addition to some contingency monies. We were blessed to have an anonymous donor come through and cover that construction shortfall, and then blessed again with the Cambria Community Council to cover the contingency funds. And the board approved that agreement at our special board meeting just a week or so ago. And so with that, the project was competitively bid in accordance with the applicable public contracting requirements. Following review of the submitted bids, Newton Construction Management Incorporated is the lowest responsible bidder. And awarding the contract at this time will allow the district to proceed with construction while utilizing previously secured grant funding and the community and community council contributions. I've spoken with Newton Construction. We're working on gathering all of the required bonding and insurance documents if it was to be approved today. Construction timeline, they're going to mobilize and be on site right around the 21st of September, with groundbreaking expected the 28th of September. So with that, I'll turn it over to the board.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I think before we have board discussion here, Ms. Julie Amadei has requested to make a public comment on this item. So Ms. Amadei, if you would step up to the microphone, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just want to take a moment and say thank you. Thank you to the Cambria Community Council. Thank you to our community. Thank you to our volunteers. Thank you to our endless donors. Thank you to all the CCSD board directors. Thank you to staff. We did it. We did it together. It's taken us 6.5 years. Here comes concrete. And I'd like to call all wheels in our community on September 5th. The parade steps off at 9:30 on Main Street. It's going to be an amazing Pine Dorado weekend. We're encouraging you to join us. We've got a huge surprise for this community. We're going to come out large and really an exciting message of concrete coming soon. So my public comment is just to simply say thank you.
All right. So you said something about September 5th.
September 5th,
And that's
parade, Pine Dorado, steps off at 9:30.
Okay. And what is it that you are, so is there something happening at the skate park location at that time?
That's an excellent question, Harry. So that area is used very well on Pine Dorado weekend. So we will not be there. Typically, the judges are across the street.
Okay.
The parade's coming down Main Street, and a lot of individuals for many years have used that space to view the parade. We will be starting down towards Lynn's and Santa Rosa, where they line up all the parade route. We will not be hard to miss. So we're calling on the community to join us. Walk, ride, roll, bring a wagon, but please come dressed for construction. So we have hats for everybody, but if you want to bring a construction belt or wear your plaid or whatever goes into the construction theme, again, we will not be hard to miss. So hopefully that answers the question. We won't be down at the park. We'll be passing by and waving to everybody viewing us that day.
All right.
So come and join us.
Sure thing. So obviously anybody that would wish to join the skate park group probably should get here about 8:30, 8:45, and just walk down Main Street on the other side of Bridge Street and find where you folks are, right?
That would be awesome. And the more, the merrier. Again, this parade is really, they're working so hard at the Lions to make this the 76th annual Star Spangled. So it's going to be quite a special weekend for our community. We look forward to seeing you. And I just want to stress on behalf of Skate Cambria and the entire team how grateful we truly are. Let's get this park built. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Amadei. And I forgot to set the timer, but we're fine. Ms. Dodson, do we have any further comments on this item?
No.
All right, thank you. All right, so let me pass this on to the board and Vice President Dean.
I just wanted to say how excited I am that we've gotten to this point. And Ms. Amadei, there is a box of Skate Cambria cookies for you in the back. Feel free to take them. If you want to hand some out to the people here before you take the rest of the box, that's fine too. So.
All right, thank you. Let's see. I don't see. Director Gray, you also have your
sorry.
light on. Not a problem.
Okay.
So, Director Thomas.
Yeah, thank you, President Farmer, and thank you, Ms. Amadei. Yeah, this is an exciting day to execute this contract. I have a couple questions about it. I was surprised on page 25 that the name of the contractor isn't in the contract, and as I went through it, it seems, well, I compared it to several of the prior contracts we've had, and this contract seems to have a lot more stuff in it, and I just thought I'd ask, what's the nature of that?
Thank you, Director Thomas. This contract was constructed and made by our consultants, Rattan and Tucker. So it's not the contract that our district council usually prepares. So this is just a different version from our consultant attorneys that created it. It's been vetted by district council. Again, it's a template. This will all be filled in with the construction company's name and date and everything like that. And it'll be forwarded and signed by district council, myself, and then eventually President Farmer.
That sort of explains it. All systems go. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, General Manager McElhaney. And legal counsel is available. Did you wish to, Mr. Carmel, did you wish to add anything to the comments from Mr. McElhaney?
Yeah, it is slightly different than your normal construction contract for, say, a building, because it contains provisions that are designed specifically for a skate park project rather than a typical public works project. So it includes specialized construction requirements, engineering reports, inspection standards, that help ensure that the skate park is built safely, but they're geared specifically for a project like this. It also had to incorporate grant-related requirements, coordinate with the project's unique infrastructure and its unique funding. So all those you wouldn't normally see in our standard construction contract because they're not there. And they also include Spawn Ranch's specialized skate park construction standards, enhanced quality control measures they included, contractor experience requirements, none of which would normally be included on the level that it is. And I think the bigger issue is it was prepared by Lieutenant Tucker by a construction attorney who's been doing this for 30 years. And so he did add, you'll see the exhibits are numerous. He did add additional exhibits that probably wouldn't have been in a standard construction contract. So that's why it's a bit lengthier and a little bit more complicated. But it's a very good contract that's been vetted by several attorneys. And the fact that those who did pick up bid packets didn't really have a very few requests for clarification means to me that it's a good, solid agreement.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Carmel. It was very thoughtful of you to provide that information without not knowing that I was going to ask you. So I don't see any further lights on this item here at the board. And I'll just ask any further public comment on this item from the folks here or online.
Chelsea Foster.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Foster, go right ahead.
Good morning, President and entire council. I just wanted to echo Julie and say thank you very much. It's been a long 6.5 years. This park will indefinitely bring a lot of unity to our community, and it's always on a positive uptick. So yes, we'll be at Pine Dorado. You will not miss us. And we are very excited to break ground, because following that will be a lot of exciting opportunities for the community to come together. And I know that there will be a lot of, unexpected, positive, artistic opportunities that are going to come. And that's what we can look forward to, right down to, making sure that our park is clean and handled, all of that. We are going to be all in, and we thank you very much for your support and what an effort it took to get here. Just wanted to acknowledge this day and say thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Foster, and I like the way you started that off regarding unity in our community. That's very nice. Thank you. Any other comments, Ms. Dodson?
No.
Well, thank you. Yes, Vice President Dean.
Ready for a motion?
I am ready for an emotional motion.
I am excited to move that we approve the construction contract with Newton Construction and Management Incorporated Company. I'm not sure what Inc. stands for the Cambria Skate Park project, and authorize the general manager to execute the contract.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Dodson, a roll call, please.
Vice President Dean.
Aye.
Director Thomas.
Aye.
Director Gray.
Aye.
Director Scott.
Aye.
President Farmer.
Aye. Thank you. Let's move on to item 6. And by the way, it's awesome that we've gotten to this point and looking forward to the next 3.5 to 4 months on the construction of the skate park. All right, let's move on to item 6B. And the General Manager McElhaney, would you introduce this item, please?
Thank you, President Farmer. Agenda item 6B, receive and file fourth quarter budget report for fiscal year 2025, 2026. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Fritz.
Thank you, President Farmer. This is receiving and filing the fourth quarter budget report for 25-26. And in the staff report, you'll see different summaries on each fund and where we tentatively are ending the year. Of course, these are unaudited, so this was through, when I ran the report. So the auditors will come in, and inevitably there will be some changes. And then any of the multi-year capital projects are carried forward in the 26-27 final budget, which we will see later on today. And that is just representative of any of the remaining funds that we need to carry forward to continue and finish projects that were approved by the board. So you can see on page 355 is the one budget adjustment that was approved by the board during the fourth quarter of 25-26, the Santa Rosa Creek Stream Bank Stabilization Project. On page 357, this is a summary of the general fund. So that's including fire, F&R, admin, and the F&R construction fund. So this is just a nice summary where you can see, bird's eye view of where we are, which is a deficit of approximately $1 million, which is due to the purchase, which is a planned reserve expenditure for the purchase of the fire engine. So then we can go down to fire on page 360. These are how all of these reports are formatted. So I'll go over this in some detail. And then as we continue, you'll see that this is the format for all of the departments as well. And you'll see it again in the final budget. Over on the left-hand side, you can see the category. And so that's the revenues. We start off with the revenues and the revenue total there. After the property taxes, we've ended under fiscal activity, which is the fourth column over, is 3.1 million approximately in revenue for the fire department. That is some inspection fees, which you can see that is a revenue account. And so we take in money for inspection, and general manager can speak to this, but at some point there was a decision that we were going to contract out that work due to not having the appropriate staffing levels in fire. And so that is why that is a negative, because the costs have outweighed the revenue that we received for that line item. There's a little bit of miscellaneous revenue in there. And then the bulk of what fire gets is for property taxes. And the assessment was about 601,000 this year. That's the special benefit assessment. And then we collected 141,000 in weed abatement charges. And that is representative of weed abatement charges that we bring in, and also those that have been placed on the tax roll. So they come through the property tax process. So it's $3.1 million. Then you can go down the next, it's expenses. So salaries and benefits there for the year. A theme, and this is, we go over these in detail in the finance committee. So a theme through all of these is the benefits are a little bit higher. We make our best educated guess on budgeting for benefits because they increase in January, which is mid-year for our budget cycles. So So our budgets are created before the estimates for increases for benefits come out. So sometimes there's some discrepancy there. So you'll see that for most departments, the benefits were a little bit more than what we had budgeted for. And then under benefits is supplies and services. So these are all of the accounts on the left-hand side for the different expenditures, operating expenditures, and you can see under, if you go to page 362, under capital outlay, that is the fire engine expense. And then we have debt service, that's for the chief's vehicle. I think we have one more year left on that. And then the allocated overhead. So with the bottom, the deficit of the 1.1 million in fire. Do I have any questions? And there's another summary on page 363, which is more along those categories and not all the detail. Is there any questions on fire?
Yes, we have Director Thomas. Actually, we have three directors supposed to ask you a question on this. So Director Thomas, and then Director Scott, and then Director Gray.
Yeah, thank you, President Farmer, and thank you, Denise. That was very clear. So that negative revenue line is that this may be for the general manager. We had signed a contract having CSG consultants provide the plan reviews, those inspections. Is that what this is?
That's correct, Director Thomas. Basically, our rate structure currently, we're doing our fee schedule update, is basically trying to catch up with the rising costs of those inspections. Eventually, I see us moving away from CSG because the chief is finishing up his final coursework to actually become a plans inspector. So he's got a few more courses. And so he's been working diligently towards that. But those costs for CSG have outpaced our current rate structure. So we'll be updating our fee schedule, but also eventually move away from this because he'll be able to do the plans review.
Great, yeah. Oh, and on the fire engine, I could ask now or later, but yeah, what is the timeline on the fire engine?
That is a good question, Director Thomas. We've been given an estimate of anywhere between 3 to 5 years. I do know that Pierce, their company, has brought on a ton more staffing, and so there's been discussions where that timeline can be closed. But it's really hard to say at this moment. So initial guesstimates are 3 to 5 years.
Good thing we got our.
Yeah.
Got our name in the queue? Yes.
Director Scott.
Yes, thank you, President Farmer. I'd just like to thank not only Ms. Fritz, but the Finance Committee for the diligence that they have invested in looking at this document prior to it coming before the board. And they were very impressed with how thorough and how helpful Ms. Fritz was for the committee. And I just really appreciate the hard work that they put into it. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Gray.
Yeah. Hi, thank you, President Farmer. Yeah, on the line of the revenue line 43, other revenue, there's a small number there, I think 2,472 for the fire department. I was wondering though, is this when we have reimbursement for, say, the use of the water tender? Does that show up here, or is it showing up and netting out the expense?
That is not showing up. That is not representative of that 2,400. It would show up in revenue.
It would
and I
show
think
up.
We had it the year before, and since I think we've just sent out our crews on 2 different fires. I'm going to set up a separate account so we can clearly see the reimbursement.
Yeah, that's basically my question. I didn't think there would be much in this particular quarter, but
No.
I was figuring if you do more of it, have it as a separate line item would be very helpful.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, well, Ms. Fritz, I have a question. I unfortunately had some difficulty with my computer and got distracted, so you might have already answered this question, but this is just on the beginning page here where you have the summary of the various funds on page 352 under Water Fund, Water Operations and Capital Outlay. And it says here revenues less than expenditures ended with the fiscal year with a deficit of $761,216. Can you elaborate on why that is?
Is that okay? Is it okay if we save that until we get down to the detail and we can talk about that? Because that might show the clearer picture when we get down to the detail of the water department.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
So
Okay, sorry, I'm just making notes. Okay, yeah, because we're gonna go through each department, so we can look at that when we get down to.
Okay, thank you so much.
The short answer is it's capital projects.
Right.
I know it's not. Sorry. I'm like,
I think the reason I brought that up is that it could be that some members of the community are looking at that just like I did with some alarm, some concern.
yeah, so we'll look at that.
Thank you.
When we get down there. It is planned capital projects. Okay, so we're moving on to facilities and resources. So page 366. Again, you can see the revenues are on top with a total revenue for this isn't right where we are. Okay, 962,000. It's underneath the grants amount of 60,000 that we got for the Highway 1 tourism grant. So for the year, facilities and resources had $962,000 of revenue. And then the salaries and benefits are outlined there.
I'm sorry, Ms. Fritz, what page are you on?
366.
Thank you.
And now I'm moving to 367, where the services and supplies are outlined for the year for facilities and resources. And 368 continues some of those expenditures, and you also have capital outlay, which included refinishing of the floors, the roof repair, and various projects, painting, we had Betts Hall renovations that were funded by our reserves, as well as the tourism grant, which is reflected there. So we've spent $62,000 this year on renovations for the Veterans Hall, and their allocated overhead. And so that left under the fiscal activity column, which is the fourth column in, with a deficit of $61,896 for facilities and resources, which is less than, if you look under the current total budget, we were planning for a deficit of about 126, but we're going to be carrying forward some capital expenditure budget into next year to finish off some of these Veterans Hall projects. Does anyone have any questions about facilities and resources?
I don't see any green lights on, so go right ahead.
Okay. On page 371, you will see the this is the skate park expenditures. So for this current fiscal year, we've spent $49,000 on skate park. And then we'll go down to administration on page 375. And you can see the revenue sources there. And then salaries and benefits. And on page 376, the benefits are on there, and supplies and services. And there was some capital outlay on page 377 for the charge to the administration department, and that was the Veterans Hall sound system and a portion of the fuel tank rehabilitation project. And we did get some grant funding to help fund with the Vets Hall sound system, which you can see up under the revenue, which is the SLO County PEG grant. So that covered the majority of the sound system renovations that we're using today here. And then you can see the allocation of overhead that we charged out to the other departments. And so that is leaving us with a surplus in admin of $243,000, which will be put into the general fund reserve. And does anyone have any questions about the administration department?
Doesn't appear so.
Okay. Okay, so then we move on to the enterprise funds. So on page 381, this is a nice summary of all the different departments that are in our enterprise. So it's the water fund, the wastewater fund, WRF operations, and WRF capital. So you can see that what President Farmer was referring to in my summary in the staff report is that the water fund is projecting a $761,000 deficit for the year. Wastewater has a net income, so a surplus of $272,000. WRF operations has a surplus of $354,000, and as well as WRF capital spent $67,000 so on projects, so that's a deficit. So in total, the enterprise fund is looking at a $202,000 deficit. And it will look at water here on page 384, and you can see the revenues. And the summary of those revenues go down onto page 385. So it's about 4.6 million that we took in for revenues for the water department. And continuing on 385, there's salaries and benefits, and the supplies and services are starting. And those expenditures go down to complete on page 388, where then we get into the capital expenditures under category 60. And this is where you can see under fiscal activity, again, the fourth column in, we've spent $2.1 million on projects in the water department. And so the detail of those projects, you can see that detail on the CIP list that's included in this budget, but that is why we're in a $760,000 deficit. No, almost all of the 2.1 with, the net income that water would have produced. But we made decisions to fund a lot of these projects from reserves. So instead of going into reserves, that money is funding these projects, and then we're going to need to take approximately an additional $760,000 out of reserves to finish covering the projects, and we'll be requesting a lot of money to go forward to complete the projects that have been budgeted for. And then you can see the debt service payment. That is for the water meter project. Allocation of overhead, and on page 389, the allocation of overhead. This year, I think we talked about this in Q1. I had to manually go in and change those description every year with the water department and the WRF fund for the allocation of overhead, the budgeted amounts. And I missed it on this iteration of the budget because I'm just going in there and changing it. But for the new fiscal year budget the descriptions are correct on those line items, but nevertheless, that is the total amount that was charged, $819,000 of allocated overhead between the WRF and the water department to water. And that was leaving water with the deficit, again, of $761,000. Does anyone have any questions on the water fund department?
Director Thomas.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, President Farmer. Curious, back on page 85, salaries. how do we end up so far below the budget? The budget of 776, great number, and the actual of 605. Was it all open positions? How'd you
Yeah,
get up there?
we've had, yeah, Director Thomas, we've had the attrition of 2 people over the last about year and a half, and we have just not filled those positions for water. So they've been running very lean, yeah, for the last fiscal year. Absolutely.
And I budget for them being filled, so, that is why you see the difference there.
Great, very clear. Yeah, that's what assumed, but yeah. And great, but that's tough on the staff, yeah, on the crew. And on page 389, just an explanation. We've done it we've always done it this way, which is never an adequate answer, but the administrative cost allocation for the WRF fund is paid from the water fund. And help me understand the rationale of why we do it that way. Yeah, heard many times that's how we manage it. But what's at the root of the rationale for that? Because it does sound like the WRF is being subsidized by the water rates, but.
Yeah, and I can't speak to the rationale besides that is the way that it was set up. I don't know if Jim knows anything. I don't know how involved you are when the WRF was set up, if you were even here in those discussions back then. I've looked through trying to find files on why that decision was made, and I've never been able to find that. So, if we wanted to change that, it's something that we could bring before the board, discuss maybe at finance and bring before the board. I can't really think of a reason why that they did that. I mean, ultimately, we do maintain separate records of what reserves belong to where. So it would in effect affect their different the different piles of reserve monies between the two departments. I don't know if you have anything to add.
I mean, water ultimately, ultimately funds the WRF, right? I'm not sure why it's not delineated more clearly when it comes to administrative allocation. Again, that was kind of born that way when I came into it though, but I would like to look at an alternative, look at those separately. So I would agree.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense because the rates on the bills that we for the users are separate. There's a WRF rate, and so it seems like that overhead allocation is ending up in the water rates instead of in the WRF rates. Less popular. So that's it seems like that's worth opening up that can of worms in the future. Thanks.
Ms. Fritz, if you don't mind, I'd like to inquire with regard to, like I was saying earlier, the budget deficit in water of $761,000. So I'm noticing here on page 388 under budget adjustments, are some of the items that are in this budget adjustment section pertaining to the fact that there is a deficit in this area?
So the budget adjustments under the capital outlay are all the projects that we're asking to move forward from previous years. So ultimately, those projects represent different capital projects that the staff has put forward to the board that we need to get done. And most of those, if not all of them at this point, was chosen to fund out of reserves, which means that, yes, we're going to see deficits related to the expenditures from those projects. So the big ones that we've been working on, Stewart Street Tank and the Stewart Street Tank and the design and permitting for the influent line and those are like the big one that we've been working on this year, and that is contributing to the large deficit that you see.
And I think we budgeted years prior to that for this execution and this, this withdrawal for these projects. I mean, reserve is for emergency, but you can't save it all for a rainy day, and these were all very worthy projects. So ultimately, that does come out of the reserves.
Well, and an emergency implies we're being reactive to emergencies that happen. This money is the reserves are for planned improvements to maintenance to our capital assets. So that's what this is trying to, not wait for something to fail. And, Mr. Green and his staff do a great job of trying to plan out future projects, and we bring them before the board so we don't have a failure of our systems. And so that's what these are.
All right, fine, thank you. Director Thomas, you have another inquiry?
Yeah, not a question, but just a comment, and thanks, President Farmer, and just, on that subject of that deficit, staff brought those issues to the board. The board, provided direction and made decisions, and you've been following the direction of the board, and that's, sometimes it's a wise decision to use reserves for these projects. Always makes us a bit nervous, but this was at board direction.
Yes.
So I would want to make that clear.
Yes.
Thanks.
All right, by the way, Director Thomas, it seems like you've moved your microphone slightly, so I can't see your light. So, all right, thank you. Either way, either closer to you or further away. Thank you. That's fine. Thank you. All right. Any further comments from board members? And Ms. Fritz, you can. I'm sure you have a little bit more to discuss here, so go right ahead.
Okay. We're going to move down to the WRF operations and capital. So that begins on page 393, and the revenue total for WRF operations this year was approximately 1.4 million. And then you can see the different salaries and benefits that are allocated to this department. And the services and supply expenditures start on page 393 and continue down through 394, as well as the capital projects there, which that expenditure should, I think I may have moved that out to the other fund. And it didn't make it onto this iteration. Like I said, this is done quite far in advance for us, from us closing out our accounts. So the debt service is for the WRF facility. So you can see that there. This does not have the overhead allocation, as we just discussed. That's covered by water. And so that is, leaving WRF operations with a surplus of $354,000. And if you go down in conjunction with this, if you go to 397, we separate out the capital projects for WRF. So, so on page 395, 394, you get a clear picture of what operations look like. And then down on 397, they've spent approximately so on 397, you'll see $67,984 of capital expenditures, which will be, is funded basically by that surplus that you see in the operating department. So I would say the project is the CDP permit that we've been working on for the 67,000, which you can see that detail in the CIP list. So does anyone have any questions for WRF?
Director Thomas.
Yeah, thank you, President Farmer. And my question, you may have answered it already. Yeah, we had that 3,800 in capital up in the operating expense report. I was curious why it was there. Are you saying that actually should be reported under the capital?
Yeah, most capital expenditures for WRF, I like to see down in the actual capital department because the separation. So I can't remember off the top of my head if I've analyzed that one yet to see either I need to move the account into a non-capital account depending on what was spent there, or, so, you know, a lot of staff are coding all the invoices, and so I don't catch everyone, and so I do a thorough analysis after the fact. I think I have moved that subsequently, as well as the auditors will come in when they come in, and they'll catch certain things that they say should be capital or not be capital, and have to move stuff around a little bit. So yes, I would say if that is a capital expenditure, should be moved down to the capital department, which I either already have done or will do.
Got it. Great explanation, and it's already on your radar, so
Yeah.
very good, thanks.
Director Gray.
Yeah, thank you, President Farmer. Yeah, I just noticed something on the top lines, top revenue lines for WRF, water and wastewater. The WRF revenue came in over budget, and not by a lot, like 2%, but then the revenue this is from sales, for wastewater and water was down a little, around 2%. It was all the same, it's all from the same billing. Are we having trouble kind of getting everything to match up? Because shouldn't it be the same?
So the water and wastewater revenue since I've started have come in underneath what was budgeted, but the way that it was done, you know, before I got here, which I've continued to do, is when they did the rate increase, the 218 rate increase, we had a very specific outcome from the consultants of this is what the revenue numbers will be in the years. And so we always just budgeted what that was. I have noticed since I started that we always came in a little bit under from what that budget was based upon their analysis. So I've always kind of just stuck with those numbers. And then when we do, you know, our 2% increases or whatever for the CPI, I do it on that base amount. So I haven't seen anything different than I've seen since I started, as far as it's just underperforming from what was budgeted originally from that 218 process.
And the WRF revenue overperformed slightly.
Yeah,
For the same
slightly.
reason?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, we could do a deep dive, and we're definitely looking at revenues in water and wastewater and making sure that everything is aligned and, you know, everything is getting billed for appropriately. And that's an ongoing project that I'm working with in conjunction with Mr. Green.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Fritz, if you don't mind, and pardon my ignorance on this basic area, but also my question is twofold. Could you explain the difference between, you know, the very controversial WRF, the difference between capital expenses and operation expenses?
Well, operational expenses are expenditures that you use in the everyday operation of the facility or the department. So this would go for any department. It's, you know, just what, you know, salaries and benefits of staff to keep it running, any supplies, you know, the chemicals in this case, and regular maintenance is also included in operations. Like, you know, we regularly have to change out certain bolts or this, or, you know, regular maintenance is included in operations. Capital expenditures are ones that are categorized as asset, that would be categorized as an asset in our accounting. And so $5,000 or more is the dollar threshold that we start analyzing and making sure, and will it increase the life of either the existing asset, or is it a new asset that we need to depreciate? And so there's like detailed accounting rules on when we would classify something as capital. And so though that is what a capital expenditure is. And so it's a very different category.
All right, I am assuming that everyone on the board except me understands exactly what Ms. Fritz just said, right? It's nothing against you, Ms.
No.
Fritz, it's just me. All right, thank you.
And I'll just include, it's nice to see them separate because there's some analysis that you can do when you're operating and trying to maybe reduce costs or something that you can, if you're looking just at the operations, it's nice to see how the department facility, what is performing just on its, how to maintain it. And so it's nice to see capital kind of separate, because as we discussed, we make decisions all through the year to use reserve expenditures to fund those capital projects. And those are typically one-time expenditures. That's another way to look at it. And operations is something that typically happens every year.
All right, thank you. So I know you have more to tell us here, so go right ahead.
Okay, so we're gonna go to the wastewater department, on page 401, and it's kind of the same thing. The revenues, so you'll see there, the revenues are extremely high, 9.4 million, but that has included the loan proceeds under category 56 of 5.2 million, and that's for the SST project. So that is not operating revenue. That's not operations. I'd like to see that category, that's for capital expenditures. So again, that is not, you would have to subtract that out from the 9.4. So, it's about $4.2 million of actual operating revenues for the year. Salaries and benefits are listed out there. Services and supplies, this is on page 402. Continue down to 403. And then on 404, you can start seeing our capital expenditures, which this is also including the SST projects, which start, if you look over on the left-hand side, the account code of 61701 down those are all SST projects, which we have a separate visualization of that later on in the report as well. So for capital projects on page 405, you'll see we have spent under the fiscal activity column, the fourth column we've spent 5.3 million in wastewater projects this year, which were primarily funded by that $5.2 million of loan proceeds that we saw under the revenue. And that leaves wastewater with a $272,000 net income or surplus for the year. Is there any questions on wastewater?
I would just, you were mentioning 61701 under budget adjustments. And there's only one energy conservation measure listed here that I can see. I know we were involved in most of the improvements in that area. So why only that one particular?
Well, there's other ones. It's just in different accounts. So if you go down from the 60701, which if you go to the right description, it's ECM1, you can see below there's 670. Yeah. All the ECMs have their own accounts because we're really trying to clearly show this project because there's so much attention and we got a large bond amount. So yes, each ECM has its own account.
My apologies. I'm looking right at that, but I just heard you mention that number and then you just moved on. So, okay, thank you. My apologies.
Any other questions about wastewater? Anybody? Okay. So then you can go down to the capital improvement list. This is, page 409 is a legend trying to describe, how the report is structured. This is just another way for us to, again, because there's not a lot of detail, it's just everything is lumped under the 617 accounts typically besides SST. This will give the detail for each project, for each department. And so this is only capital expenditures. So it kind of tells you where we are, how much budget we have left, how much we've spent so far. And then this kind of is in relation to what we're going to be asking to carry forward. So on page 410, you can see the admin projects as well as the facility and resources department projects, including skate park. On page 411, you can see the expenditure for the fire engine, which is complete. So we will not be asking to bring any money forward for that. 412, we go into the water department, and anything highlighted in green is a new request for the year, which has already been approved through the preliminary budget process. But I'm leaving it highlighted in here just for, next time for first quarter, you'll see those kind of incorporated into the current year. So yeah, you can, water department goes down through page 415, and then WRF starts, water reclamation facility starts on 416. And wastewater starts on page 419 with the SST projects there. Yeah, so that is the CIP list, just with more detail for all of the capital projects that we worked on this year. And then 423 is our debt listing and where we are. So we have 4 different debts in the district right now for the chief's vehicle, the water meter project, the WRF, and the SST projects. So those are listed out there. And then again, this is on page 424. This is included with every quarter report. You'll see a detailed on the SST project and where we are. We are earning interest on those bond funds, so that's there. And then I'm showing, according to this, approximately $2.7 million left in the SST projects, and we have some bills that we need to pay. So we'll get those paid, and then
12th ECM.
Yeah, and then there's that 12th ECM for the lift stations we're working on now to getting a project developed, so we can spend those funds. Does anyone have any questions on the CIP list, the debt listing, or the SST detail?
Director Gray seems to have
Yeah,
one.
thank you. Thank you, President Farmer. Yeah, just a quick question. The items that were on this list of the CIP list that are shaded in green as request items, are those on the budget for 26, 27?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
And I had a question about specifically the engineering update for Title 22. Is that something that has a deadline that has to be, I mean, maybe explain what that is exactly. Title 22 is there's 2 titles I know involved. One's for the brine disposal and one's for everything else. Which one is this? And is this something that was just basically required on a certain timetable after the project was approved initially?
Yeah, so Title 22 engineering reports are required for every IPR, DPR every 5 years.
5 years.
We've never done a complete engineering update in the 10 years that we've had the plant. So this is the engineering update for that. It's very comprehensive. It takes in all the new MCL and analysis and constituent levels for these plants and what they're putting back out after processing. And yeah, it's a total comprehensive look at that. It's quite an endeavor. It'll take about a year and a half to complete. And we are currently looking at proposals right now, and we will submit an official RFP proposal for the work from a consultant.
We're not getting penalized at all for being late?
No, not at all. These are for, this would be for if you had a regular operational permit.
Oh, okay.
as
Thank you
well.
very much. Yeah, it's good to know. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Fritz.
I am complete unless there's, or if you want to take comments, and if there's any other questions I can answer.
All right, I don't see any further questions here. Do we have any public comment here in the room or online?
No.
All right, thank you. Well, it appears as if Vice President Dean does wish to make a comment.
Thank you, President Farmer. I just wanted to thank Ms. Fritz for the very thorough report and all the explanations to the questions. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I second that.
I have.
Yes, as the head of the Finance Committee, Director Scott, what would you like to say?
Well, we do have a member of the Finance Committee in the audience, and I'm wondering if Mr. Henriksen has any comment based on that. One of the reasons I don't ask questions is because I've been through this twice now already. So, yeah, please.
Yes, hi, Keith Heinrichsen, um, your assistant on the Finance Committee. Yeah. Yes, I think for all of us on the Finance Committee, it's been very educational, and kind of by good fortune or whatever, we've been blessed with Ms. Fitz to take and educate us on how all of this works. The process, even after having operated my own company, the process is a lot different with an organization like this, and all of the things that come into play, especially for us that don't have that exposure yet, raise a lot of questions. And she's been very understanding and very committed to getting us up to speed on all of it. So I'm going to take the liberty of speaking for the whole committee, as you had, and say thank you very much to Ms. Fritz for all the work she does and for how she gets us educated on understanding the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Here we are, Director, just a moment. Director Thomas and then Vice President Dean.
Thank you, President Farber, and thank you, Mr. Heinrichsen. And since you came up to speak, I just wanted to point out, as I am preparing for any board meeting that has any budget implications, I watch the recording of the Finance Committee, and about 80% of my preparation is listening to the questions that Keith Heinrichsen asks and the articulate answers that are provided by Ms. Fritz. And so, yeah, that's, and I guess I'm not trying to shame anyone, but if I would estimate, probably more than half of the questions are formulated by Keith on that. So thank you very much.
All right, Vice President Dean.
Thank you, President Farber. And what I had to say was pretty close to what Director Thomas said. Watching the Finance Committee meetings, and I do watch the recording later. I don't watch it live, but I do watch the recording later, and hearing all the questions that the Finance Committee members ask and hearing Ms. Fritz's explanations to all of those is very helpful. And I appreciate, I have asked to get printed copies of their agendas well in advance, and that's helpful to me too. So thank you very much to the Finance Committee for all of the efforts they put into on behalf of this community in making sure that these budgets and these reports are thoroughly examined, and that the committee asks all the questions that a lot of members of the public would like to hear too. And Ms. Fritz's explanations to them. Thank you very much. You all are very valuable. Thank you. And appreciated.
Well, I would concur, especially considering the financial state of circumstances, not just here in this community and at the district, but everywhere. I think people are essentially as concerned and, how could we say, more than concerned, deeply even worrying a little bit about the future financially here at the district. So we do certainly appreciate. And I have to be honest, Ms. Fritz, my own personal financial challenges, considering how little money I've made during my life, it's not really that big a deal. So when I see you dealing with amounts like this and having every little detail lined up, it just, it amazes me no end how you do this. So thank you.
Thank you. It's often easier on the bigger scale than doing it for myself. So don't feel bad.
Well, it doesn't appear as if there's any comments from the board. There's no public comment. So we're just, we're not making any decision on this other than to receive and file this report. So thank you so much, Ms. Fritz. Let's move on to item 6C. And General Manager McElhaney, would you introduce this item, please?
Thank you, President Farmer. Agenda item 6C, discussion and consideration to direct staff to enhance budget transparency, including separation of operational and capital components, and an addition of year-to-year trend analysis. There's no fiscal impact associated with this item. On June 11th, Director Scott requested a future agenda item to direct staff to look into making the budget document more transparent and reader-friendly, and separating those operational costs from capital costs. And then Director Gray also requested in the narrative a high-level comparison for this year-to-year trend line. And so staff bringing forward this agenda item to get a more clear direction on what the board would like to see. And this would be for the budget for fiscal year 27-28, which gives Ms. Fritz and myself some time to see what we can tweak. Again, our budget management tools are pretty rigid, as you can tell, and it's hard to change those, but there perhaps could be some sort of supplemental documentation that we could insert into the preliminary and final budget. So with that, I'll turn it over to the board for some guidance.
All right. Thank you, General Manager McElhaney. And Director Scott is head of the Finance Committee and the person who has kind of brought up this item. If you would like to elaborate further, please.
Yeah, thank you, President Farmer. Where it says there is no fiscal impact, the bottom line is that this is going to be more work for Ms. Fritz, and I just want to say that I appreciate your being willing to do this. Thank you.
And Ms. Fritz, how do you feel about it? You don't have to answer. Director Gray, did you wish to make any comment on this? Thank you.
Well, yes, I mean, again, I agree, I totally agree with what Director Scott says about Ms. Fritz's work, and we don't want to load too much on her plate. The thing I was interested in, as General Manager McElhaney mentioned, was some kind of summary. I mean, it could be extracted from other documents, I mean, other years, but some summary of at the high level, you know, the say category level, water, wastewater, WRF, fire, that sort of thing, year over year, just to see the trend, if there's a trend going on, and it's identifiable, not line item, you know, because I think that would be just too much work. And I understand how the Tyler Encode system is, you know, it is very rigid, unfortunately, in how it reports ongoing expenditures in relation to the budget, like we just went through. I sometimes have trouble getting my head around the fiscal, you know, the terminology, even the fiscal activity versus the budget and that sort of thing, and the percentages at the far left right-hand column. And I understand there's not too much that can be done within that software to do that differently. And so it's a matter of just somehow maybe doing what we did some way with the capital improvement list, CIP list, where we did have kind of a, you know, added columns, and we had some explanatory language to help people understand, you know, where these things, you know, what this column means, what this column means in relation to the others. Just something like that, maybe, to make it a little more, you know, give a little bit of a guide to the public and reading the reports. That might be all we can do, really, reasonably, with our software situation. This was my thoughts.
Yeah, the trend analysis piece of this discussion would definitely be a manual presentation. If we did it by category, obviously it would be easier than if we did it by department, by every detailed account, which obviously there's some benefit to looking at it account by account. Internally, we do look at certain things to see what's happening or understand why things are going up or down. So it would be manual, and for that piece of this, the separation of capital expenditures, which I think we've discussed numerous times, just as in anticipation of this discussion. I know we've talked about it in finance quite a bit. In my viewpoint of really, I think it's beneficial to see a snapshot of operations and how we are functioning and operating, and the efficiencies that can show you when you look at just operations and separating out capital. We have an example of it with WRF operations and WRF capital. So that would be just separating out all the other departments. We would not go back and change anything. We would do it from a point in time forward. And that would be in the system. I mean, there's some work to get it set up, but like creating new funds and, you know, probably creating a document that's educational in nature, because when I do appreciate when you're looking at these budget documents that come out of our software, without a lot of explanation or a lot of time having seen them, they can be confusing. But that would, in essence, that part of it would be incorporated into our software and wouldn't an ongoing manual process. It wouldn't be different, or it wouldn't be more work for me. It would just be incorporated into what I do every year. So.
Thank you. That's good to hear.
Director Thomas, you wish to make a comment?
Yeah, thank you, President Farmer. And as I looked at this, I made the assumption that we were asking for what kind of changes, enhancements would directors, like to see in the future. I just preface this when I look at the CIP list, when I look at the utilities report, I've got my engineering hat on. When I look at the budget documents, I've got my MBA hat on. And in order to see the big picture, I have to create a spreadsheet that breaks it down in a manner that businesses normally break expenses and revenues down. In the revenues, the way I break it down is kind of similar to how it's done in many businesses, and what I would love to see, because I'm sure most people would love to understand the big picture. But with the revenues, having at least a bottom line of the revenues before grants, before any special items. In other words, revenues from ongoing operations. Then we'd want to see, special revenues with the, and it would be useful if there were a line item right there. With the expenses, I think you articulated it fairly well, but right, operating expenses, the expenses that are necessary for maintaining ongoing operations, salary, benefits, M&S, there should be a bottom line there. Yeah, the ongoing operations expenditures. And, then the way I look at that, then below that, what's the debt service? Because that's additional, and that's paying back from former years' capital projects. So I looked at that separately. Subtotal there, then the overhead, of course, the funding of the administration department, that ratio of expense, and then you've got basically the free cash flow that is available to fund capital projects. So then that's looking at that as a separate line that gives you the ability to see how much cash is available for capital projects. So having those would be helpful. And as Director Gray pointed out, looking at 1 year data, or this year and last year, people will say two data points doesn't make a trend. Everybody knows that. And so having, I'm accustomed to seeing, a 5-year trend line on, each major category. And as you say, it wouldn't be the underneath line items. It would be the total salaries bottom line, the benefits bottom line, M&S bottom line. And then when you see, and that's, on the expenses, that's all it would need to be. So it'd just be the major categories, and having that minimum 3, hopefully 5-year trend really gives us ability to see where the aberrations are. So that's, when I saw this, I thought, great idea to discuss this. And I don't know if the other directors do break it down the way I do, but I don't know how I could understand the district operations without the many hours of work I put into doing this. And sure, to have that come from staff with, you know, the exact numbers would be awesome. So.
So
that's my pitch.
I mean,
Thank you.
I agree with what you're saying, and I think we're talking about the same thing in two different ways. Like I was talking about removing the capital projects and putting it in its own fund so we can see those separately. What you're saying is very common in how it's done, and what I would say is above the line and below the line expenditures. So you above the line, you have your operations, and you come up with an operational net income or deficit, and then you have below the line, which is typically debt service, because oftentimes, yeah, I mean, you're calculating a debt service coverage ratio, like when you're going out for funding. And so you separate that out and it's below the line. So anything below the line would be representative of things that are not operational, which is what I'm trying to differentiate. So it would be debt service as well as capital expenditures. And that would be another way to see it. So I see what you're saying. That would be 100% manual. And I would have to do it every quarter for every department, as well as preliminary budget, as well as final budget. I think through this, I'm assuming maybe a committee might be created to discuss this. That would be the board directing me to put my attention to this higher level analysis, trend analysis, and fiscal transparent. I mean, I don't want to use the word transparency, because I feel like we are transparent with the tools that we have, but it's, you know, into this fiscal showing of how we want this. So then I would have to shift some of my focus from other things. So I agree with you, and I think that would be a good way to show things, but that I cannot change the reports to have subtotals in those areas and show the below the line. That would be a manual manipulation, which I could do. It would take a lot of time, and it's, you know, at least what I can think of 6 times a year, of a manual manipulation of all of the data. So, that could be part of the discussion if that's, because yeah, that would be helpful. I'm sure it's a good way to look at things. And then the trend analysis is definitely something that would be a manual project for me to do. Anytime we were asking for it, I would have to pull together and do it manually in a spreadsheet of sorts. So,
You know, well, thank you very much. And it's, you know, refreshingly clear that you get everything I'm saying and that somehow we'll get to at least one step better in the future. So thanks.
Before I go to Director Scott, who was just to make a comment, Ms. Fritz, this is something that just has run through my head here the last 5 or 10 minutes. How would you feel, since it seems like you're going to be the staff member most obligated to work on this, how would you feel about the board forming an ad hoc committee of the current and former chairs of the Finance Committee to assist you in this process? Maybe take on some of the circumstances that you have to investigate and that type of thing that might make your job a little easier. How would you feel about that?
well, yes, I think because ultimately there's going to have to be some decisions made, which I can put together 2 different presentations of what, you know, what I'm thinking, and then, you know, what Director Thomas is proposing, and then ultimately, yes, because I need the direction, and general manager can give his opinion on that. Like, we need direction from the board on where to allocate our resources, allocate our time, because this isn't, depending on how we do this, it is a resource question on what is important to the board. So I think having that input, as well as maybe some people from the Finance Committee, who might want to, you know, and obviously they'd be involved too in just reviewing and giving their feedback. They're always wonderful at helping us with this kind of stuff. But I imagine coming back before the board with this is, you know, because this is somewhat of a change of presentation, a change of business process, you know, of how we do things. And I would like to have direction from the board and general manager on how to move forward.
All right. Well, thank you. Director Scott.
This is directed.
Yes, thank you, President Farmer. This is going to be a process. And I would appreciate not having an ad hoc yet, but I think in the future, an ad hoc may be where we go with that. But I would like for Ms. Fritz to work with the Finance Committee to kind of distill what's been said today and to outline maybe a process going forward. At that point, I think we would have really clear direction for an ad hoc, but I would request that we not do that yet.
Thank you, Director Scott and Director Gray.
Yeah, thank you, President Farmer. Yeah, just to follow up on that, I don't want to, shirk the work, shirk the ad hoc work myself, but I do think it's a little premature to have a committee. I do think this the overriding issue here too is what is our the highest priority in finance now. Presentation is important, but I don't want to take a lot of attention and effort away from forward-looking planning, especially capital planning. We've been talking a lot about having a 10-year financial model for a long time and basically having the next 10 years kind of scoped out as to what we need in the capital area. And I think that is, probably job number one if we're going to talk about doing things other than just the day-to-day budgeting and, year-to-year budgeting, but something that's a big project. I think the presentation ideas I have, I don't want them to be a big item, a big time item. And I think that's something that, nice to have and good to have in certain cases, but not the essential thing is for us to be prepared for the future and going out quite a ways too, because capital needs in a infrastructure heavy system that we have, the systems we have, fire, water, and wastewater all have, a lot of future needs. They're aging. You know about aging fire engines. We also have aging water lines, sewer lines, pumps. All this stuff is really critical to, stay on top of and have budgeted, have money budgeted well in advance for. And I think we don't want to drop that level of attention. Because I obviously raised the issue of having some historical trend lines and so forth. I'm hoping that this can be done in a fairly high-level summary way without a lot of line item work and things like that. So, that's just my thoughts. So we have to keep our priorities clear on budgeting.
Right, thank you, Director Gray. Before we make a motion on this item, do we have any public comment here in the room or online? I see Ms. Dawson isn't here at the moment.
No.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McElhaney. Yes, Director Scott.
Yes, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, well, I guess we're ready to hear your motion.
Okay. I move that we direct staff to enhance the budget, and transparency is kind of a strange word, but anyway, by separating operational and capital components, in addition to year-to-year trend analysis, and to do that in a way that is a process whereby we can have more conversations about this.
All right.
Second that motion.
All right. Ms. Dodson, I believe we have a motion and a second. If you do a roll call, please.
I was handling lunch and I wasn't here for the motion.
It's pretty just to direct staff to enhance budget transparency, including separation of operational and capital components and addition of year-to-year trend analysis.
Could I introduce a friendly amendment?
Yes,
on that?
please.
I think to come back with a plan, to present a plan to us for that goal.
Right.
As the first step.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To outline the process.
Outline a process,
Yeah.
process that we can look at, yeah.
Who made the motion and who made the second?
I made the motion
And Michael said.
Michael.
Director Scott?
Aye.
Director Thomas?
Aye.
Director Gray?
Aye.
Vice President Dean?
Aye.
President Farmer.
Aye. And by the way, it was interesting when Director Gray said he wanted to make a friendly, sort of a friendly amendment. So I'm waiting for somebody to make an unfriendly amendment. It was just to kind of, you know, it's almost 11:45. So I think before we move on, we'll go to lunch. But first, Ms. Dotson, if you wouldn't mind telling us how many people are attending and who are attending the meeting at this time.
We have 9 attendees: Barbara Bronson Gray, Chelsea Foster, Crosby Swartz, Elizabeth Benhausen, iPad, Maria Silva, Michael Miller, Rochelle Benjamin, and Will Carson.
All right, thank you so much. So if no one minds, if we go to lunch now, and we'll be back at 12:30. Thank you. Thank you, AGP. Welcome back to the second half of our meeting today. And let's move on to item 6D. General Manager McElhaney, are you ready to introduce this item?
Thank you, President Farmer. Agenda item 6D, discussion and consideration of adoption of ordinance 02-2026, amending, updating, and revising various sections of the Cambria Community Service District Municipal Code. Adoption of the ordinance has no immediate direct fiscal impact. Implementation of the ordinance will be handled through existing administrative and enforcement processes for nuisance abatement matters involving inspection warrants. The ordinance will provide that costs incurred to acquire a warrant, including legal fees and costs, may be included in abatement costs and recovered by the district. This ordinance was introduced, I believe, at our last board meeting, and this is the process of final adoption. And with that, I'll turn it over to the board.
All right, board members, I'd like to hear some comments from you folks first before we go to public comment. Any thoughts at all? Yes, Director Thomas.
Thank you, President Farmer. Just commenting that things we brought up in our last meeting have been addressed from what I can see.
Well, any further comments? Well, this might be the quickest agenda item we've ever acted upon. But first, let me ask, is there any public comment on this item here in the room or online?
No.
Okay. Do I hear a motion to adopt this item?
I'll so move that we adopt ordinance 02-2026, amending, updating, and revising various sections of the CCSD Municipal Code by title only and waive further reading.
Second.
Well, Ms. Dotson, it's your turn now. Thank you.
President Farmer,
Yes.
I hate to interrupt on these. You actually have to read the entire ordinance title as a part of the motion. So you move to adopt, and then you read the title of the ordinance and waive further reading.
How did you do that?
I can do that for you, and you can just say, so done.
Yeah.
Please.
Oh, okay.
Hello?
So it sounded like, Mr. Carmel, you said you could do that for us. Is that correct?
If you so choose.
As board president, I am choosing you to read this ordinance. Thank you.
Okay, this would be a move to adopt ordinance 02-2026, an ordinance of the Board of Directors of the Cambria Community Services District amending, updating, and revising various sections of the Cambria Community Services District Municipal Code, including section 1.04.020, section 1.08.070, section 2.08.040, section 2.08.070, subsection F of section 7.004.010, and subsection D of section 5.04.390 and section 6.05.050, and waive further reading.
And I'll second that.
Nope, so moved.
I'm waiving. Thank you so much.
So moved, and then a second.
There we go. So Ms. Dotson, roll call, please. And thank you, Mr. Carmel.
Director Thomas,
Aye.
Director Scott,
Aye.
Director Gray,
Aye.
Vice President Dean,
Aye.
President Farmer.
Aye. Thank you.
And I apologize for that long title.
No, it's all right. We appreciate you being available to do that. All right, let's move on to item 6E, and General Manager McElhaney, if you would introduce this item as well.
Thank you, President Farmer. Agenda item 6E, discussion and consideration of adoption of resolution 34-2026, adopting hazardous weed nuisance abatement procedures. The proposed procedure authorized recovery of abatement costs and administrative fees from responsible persons and provides mechanisms for collection of unpaid amounts through liens and special assessments. This agenda item is essentially adopts by resolution and implements a district policy establishing the procedures for weed abatement and a companion action to the final adoption of the ordinance we just completed. And with that, the agenda is in front of you, and I'll turn it over to the board.
All right, thank you. It'd be nice, I don't even know if this would be pertinent, but it'd be nice if Chief Berkey were here maybe to comment on how well along this particular issue is being addressed here in the community. So do any board members have any comments on this item?
Yes.
Director Gray.
Thank you, President Farmer. Kind of a question about baseline, where we are now on enforcement of weed abatement on, I think we're talking about, especially on developed properties. Like, what do we have on the books now empowering us to do the enforcement, and what does this add? Maybe Mr. Carmel could explain that best. I can't hear.
The reason this was added was to give the district a practical enforcement mechanism when hazardous vegetation remains after notice has been given to the property owner and they refuse access to the property. Previously, the code declared vegetation a nuisance, but it did not expressly authorize the district to obtain an inspection warrant to enter the property and complete the abatement. So we were left kind of stagnant there. And in addition, it allows us to recover the costs from the property owner when we're forced to go to court to get an inspection warrant to access the property to abate the fire hazards. So it gives us leverage to actually go and abate something when we're otherwise not authorized to enter the property, and a process.
Yeah, thank you. That was what I believed, and it applies to all properties, right?
It does.
Development bill. Thank you.
Thank you for asking that question, Director Gray. Director Scott.
Yes, thank you, President Farmer. So, kind of asking a further question about that. So do we get verbal permission once we get to a point where we need to go in and abate the weeds or the lot? Do we get verbal permission, or have we in the past gotten verbal permission?
I think the general manager is probably in tune with this more than I am, but I'm sure normally we do get permission, but there have been several times, some recently that have lasted a long time, where we were simply deprived access to the property. And we tried many different methods to get access, and they didn't work. And in the normal municipal scheme of things, an inspection warrant is a critical tool for all code enforcement, because a lot of times people don't want you on their property, in their house, wherever, and you need to get there to inspect the problem and see if in fact it needs immediate remediation. But yes, normally we would convert that into something if there was any equivocation, and if it seemed like, normally we would want it in writing. Sometimes you're there with your equipment ready to do the work, and you say, is it okay if we go on? They say, yes. It's very simple. But there's been times when this has been drawn out for literally months. And that's why we finally decided, okay, we have to get the ability to get an inspection warrant. And that's why we ended up here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Scott and Mr. Carmel, and he summed it up well. We didn't have that enforcement mechanism outside of the administrative citation program, where those fines just kind of keep piling up. And, and if they're not willing to pay those fines, we didn't have that enforcement mechanism in terms of actually handling it ourselves, like we do our fire hazard fuel reduction program, where if they don't comply, we will go out, weed abate it, and charge it back to the tax rolls. Now this adds that mechanism into developed parcels where we can actually enforce the cleaning up of those nuisances.
Thank you, General Manager McElhaney. Director Thomas, you wanted to follow up?
Yeah, thank you, President Farmer. So this is primarily targeting developed properties. Does this apply to both developed and undeveloped properties?
I believe it does, unless I'm incorrect, Mr. Carmel.
No, it does.
Yeah, thought so. Whereas the weed abatement, the process kind of is a moment in time, July 15. As I read this, at any point in the year where there's a hazard, this applies.
That is correct, Director Thomas.
That's awesome. On page 435, we mention responsible person a bunch of times, and either general manager or council, can you show me where we define responsible person? I know what it means, sort of, but it can be easily misinterpreted.
I don't think it's defined, and I will defer to Mr. Carmel. I don't think it's defined in the document, but I could be wrong. I do believe there was previous discussions regarding that terms and regarding the property owner versus someone who's actually living in the property. A renter could be responsible, but correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Carmel.
You're rarely wrong. In B, the first sentence reads, I'll skip the beginning. Accumulating upon private property within the district, which do or when dry constitute a fire hazard, the fire chief or his designee shall send a written notice to the property owner and, if applicable, the customer of record, collectively responsible persons, advising such persons that weeds, grass, combustible. So that's where it's defined. It's either the tenant of record or the owner.
Is that in the municipal code itself?
It's in the policy you're looking at, B.
B, probably.
If you look at Exhibit A
Got it.
in the first sentence, that's where it is.
Bottom line, perfect. And then last question, when I got to page 437, my eyes got a little wide. The general manager, et cetera, may cause the property hereunder described to be rehabilitated, or the building or structure on the property hereinafter described to be repaired or demolished. It was that last word. So as I read this, if a structure itself presents a fire hazard, this gives the district the authority to, once that determination has been made, to cause the structure to be demolished and the fire hazard abated and those charges paid by the responsible person. Yep.
Correct, Director Thomas. And I think it's probably more nuanced than that, and Mr. Carmel will back me up, but it would have to be a severe hazard where the property has not been rehabilitated and it's become such a drastic fire threat, a really, really dilapidated building, walls falling down, that type of thing, where if we can't find resolve with the property owner, then that's where this mechanism would come in. Mr. Carmel?
Of course, that's true. That's correct as well. You have to consider that this language is primarily statutory, and it could be used in the city of Los Angeles, in San Francisco. So oftentimes you're not talking about the nuisances we're talking about. You're talking about dilapidated, dangerous buildings and offshoots of that, where you're talking about major structures that involve significant amount of work. That's why the language is so broad here. It's statutory language to establish the lien, and it's intended to cover a broad range of potential nuisances. So we don't expect those particular provisions to come into play in Cambria, but yes, indeed, if those situations did occur, we would have that ability.
Thank you. Yeah, up to and including. All right, thanks.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. This may sound like a question that I'm posing here that everybody has the answer to, but just for clarification, for folks that are out there at some point watching this or whatever, could we get a definition of the difference between developed and undeveloped properties?
Yes, President Farmer. So your undeveloped properties are your vacant lots, parcels within the district. And then your developed parcels actually have a structure on it, a house.
Right. I mean, I knew that, but just to clarify it. All right, and I'm sure everybody else in the room did too. All right, so do we have any further comments, or would someone like to make a motion to, oh, thank you. Thanks for the reminder. Do we have any public comment here in the room or online?
No.
All right, thank you, Ms. Dodson. So therefore, anyone wish to make a motion on this item?
I'll move that we adopt Resolution 34-2026, adopting hazardous weed nuisance abatement procedures. And any additional statement? The resolution that reads, a resolution of the board adopting procedures related to weed nuisance abatement. Clearly.
Second the motion.
All right, Ms. Dodson, roll call, please.
Director Thomas,
Aye.
Vice President Dean,
Aye.
Director Scott,
Aye.
Director Gray,
Aye.
President Farmer.
Aye, thank you. All right, let's move on here to item 6F. And General Manager McElhaney, if you would introduce this, please.
Thank you, President Farmer. Agenda item 6F, discussion and consideration to reschedule the September 10th, 2026 regular board meeting to September 17th, 2026. There's no direct fiscal impact, and essentially we will be in Eureka, the majority of staff at the Coastal Commission hearing for the 6 appeals on the water reclamation facility, coastal development permit. And because of that, we would like to reschedule the meeting. And I'll turn it over to the board.
All right, thank you. That's going to be quite a drive. Eureka is probably...
We'll be flying, President Farmer.
Pardon me?
We're going to fly.
Oh, that makes better sense. Good. That's a wise move. All right, so anyone wish to any kind of discussion or just make a motion to reschedule the meeting?
I have,
Yes, Director Scott, excuse me.
thank you, President Farmer. I love that this is happening. And the reason is because I was going to be out of the country on the 10th and I didn't want to miss the meeting. And so this works very well with my schedule. And I just would like to wish the best of luck to all of you who are going. And if you want to know about any highlights of Eureka, just let me know because that's where I went to high school.
It's probably a little different than it was back then, but
Well,
who knows? Sorry.
that's okay.
Thank you. All right. Any further? Yes, Vice President Dean.
I appreciate the fact that this is being moved as well, because some of us here on the board will wish to speak and definitely observe this. And again, really hope things work out well with this meeting, but thank you.
All right. So, yes, it is certainly something, it's been a long time coming, and while I have no comment on the WRF itself, staff has worked very hard moving forward to this point, and I wish them all the best. And so with that thought, anyone wish to make a motion? Oh, thank you. You would think I'd remember, right? Any public comment on this particular item, either here in the room or on Zoom land?
No.
Thank you. All right. Can I ask for a motion? Oh, I see 2 lights on here. Did you wish to?
You want to go first?
Okay. I move that we reschedule the September 10th, 2026 regular board meeting to September 17th, 2026.
I second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Dotson?
Vice President Dean,
Aye.
Director Gray,
Aye.
Director Thomas,
Aye.
Director Scott,
Aye.
President Farmer.
Aye. And all the best. All right, it's time for Ms. Fritz to earn her money today even more. Let's move on to item 7A, and General Manager McElhaney, would you introduce this item and then introduce Ms. Fritz?
Thank you, President Farmer. Agenda item 7A, public hearing to discuss and consider adoption of resolution 33-2026, approving the final CCSD budget for fiscal year 2026-2027 and reserve for encumbrances fiscal year 25-26. And with that, I'd like to introduce you to our administrative department manager, Ms. Fritz.
Thank you, General Manager. This is, as was mentioned, the final budget, and this part of the process, the preliminary budget, sorry, I got to move closer, was approved by the board on June 11th. And the preliminary budget outlines our operating expenditures for the year and that plan. This final budget comes before the board, and primarily what we're looking at that we haven't seen before is the roll forward request for encumbrances, which is the capital projects that are multi-year that have money left on them. And so we're getting approval to roll those forward for the new year. The staff report outlines each department and the preliminary budget and where we're anticipating, 26, 27 year, the amount of the encumbrance requests and the bottom line that you would see on the final budget as far as a surplus or a deficit. I'm also including for each area where we ended in summary for the general fund and enterprise funds, where we ended the 25-26 year at. So the encumbrance request total for this final budget is 4.2 million. And in this, if you go down, as with the preliminary budget, we have our summary and our narrative included in here, and this has been reviewed before, and there has been comments through the Finance Committee and through the board updating this document. And so that is included here again as part of the final budget packet. And then each department, we have a summary, all of the budget tables that we had in the preliminary budget outlining, the planned operational expenditures for the year. And I'm going to go to page, I'm getting down there. See. Okay, if you go down to page 500 of the agenda packet, you'll see this, we do include in this final budget, the reserve estimates for the year. This was not included in the preliminary budget because that's done before the fiscal year has officially closed. And again, this is still preliminary because it has not been audited, but this is where you can see cash in the bank per the audit as of June 30, 2025. So those are our cash balance audited numbers. At the end of the year, we were at 11.4 million at the end of June 2025. I'm including in there the 25-26 anticipated deficits or surpluses for the general fund, it's the million. Wastewater, water is that $761,000 deficit. So then the cash reserves at June 30, 2026 are estimated. You can look along the bottom at the total CSD number is about 10.2 million. You know, obviously we've already discussed how we were using some of our reserves to fund some capital projects there. And then I included in there the 26-27 proposed budget surplus or deficits for each department. And that leads us to our estimated cash-based reserves at June 30, 2027. So at the end of this year, what we're anticipating based upon the budgets that we've laid forward. Of course, there can always be budget adjustments through the years. We've seen that could affect this number. So that reserve picture is in there along with on page 501. This is the roll forward request. So per department, so general fund, I'm requesting to roll forward $45,180 for skate park funding, $33,056 for the fuel tank rehabilitation project, and $107,266 for Vets Hall renovations. And I include what we're planning on funding that with, and that would be from reserves. And then if you go to water, you can see all of those projects that have been previously approved and still have work left to do on them. So all of those are listed in there, with the largest one being the 1.2 million for Stewart Street tank rehabilitation, which I'm including that. We're not going to spend all of that money. That one, we had a larger budget. So I think that's going to come in quite under budget, which is a good thing. And then one thing I'd like to point out in the water, some of these projects they're multi-year and they're a little bit complicated. So the first one, the effluent line, we have about $394,000 budgeted for that project. That's going to cost more. So we will be coming before the board, you know, with financing options or funding options once, you know, we get clearer, and that's been happening. It happens more and more when our projects are larger in scope and more complicated. So I just wanted to point that out, that some of these projects are not completely funded. And I actually don't like to put the total funded amount and reserve them without, you know, our due process with developing the project. So just wanted to point that out there. You can see the WRF capital. We have some projects in there, and wastewater, you know, a lot of their projects we've been working on slowly because our main focus has been the SST projects, but that's going to be complete soon. So we'll start addressing some of these, and you can see the stream bank stabilization project in there that was approved in the fourth quarter, obviously asking to move those funds forward. So that is the reserve for encumbrances. And with approval of this staff report today, this is what would change from what you all approved previously, is that I would then, you know, be moving those funds forward and budgeting for them. You also see the CIP list again included in this presentation, with, you know, the projects that the new projects that the board approved in the preliminary budget, as well as really like up to date as of June 30 balances that, you know, helped inform me of like what funds we were moving forward. And yeah, so that is all that's included in this packet. I know I went over it in a more summary level because we have seen the preliminary budget, pointing out exactly what it is that this item is looking for you all to improve. I'm happy to go over anything else in more detail if you feel it necessary, and answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Fritz. Any board members have, well, I shouldn't say any because I'm I'm assuming that at least one of you has a question of Ms. Fritz. No? Director Gray.
Thank you, President Farmer. Yeah, thank you, Ms. Fritz, again for the excellent summary of the budget. You mentioned, and maybe I could, Director Scott might also fill me in on this. You mentioned that the Finance Committee had made some changes to, or had some actions wanted, carried out between the preliminary budget and the final budget. Could you elaborate on that? Was anything changed, I guess, basically, was anything changed from the preliminary to the final in what was presented as the preliminary? Not the reserves, obviously, or the carryovers, but any of the language or numbers. Is there a difference between the preliminary budget description, narrative, and what we have now? Or was it kept the same? No.
Did you, so I'll say that, and then General Manager probably has a few words on
Yeah.
that. So this was the first year, as you can see, on these, and I don't know if you noticed, but there is fiscal activity in this report, which typically doesn't happen because when the preliminary budget, we're starting to create that back in January. And so that comes before the board, before the new fiscal year has started. And usually there's 0 changes. There were some changes to this preliminary budget that were discussed during the approval of the preliminary budget that they could be there in Finance Committee. And some of that is a challenge with the timing of getting the preliminary budget out in time. There's just not every decision is made. We don't have all the numbers such as benefits and stuff. And so I made the choice to, as that information, since I wasn't complete with the final budget yet, if I felt it was substantial, I would make sure I use the most accurate numbers. So that created some changes as well as some funding changes, which General Manager can speak to.
I'm up. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so we did see some changes. So we had some staffing changes in the Facilities and Resources Department. So we had an employee leave us there, and through some internal discussions and some discussions with the board in terms of property tax allocation, we shifted some monies from Facilities and Resources over to the Fire Department. So you'll see a small shift in change in terms of total funding for Facilities and Resources. Previously, there was about 73-ish, 74% allocated to the Fire Department. Now we're at about 75%, and Facilities Resources is at 25%. So there was some shift there in property taxes and cost savings by not filling a position. You'll see some changes in services and supplies. Those went up in various different departments from the preliminary budget. And then we had some increases in budgeted monies for insurance and things like that. Those rates have gone up a little bit. We also had a COLA adjustment in the administration department when we approved the salary schedule. So I believe we made some adjustments there. So there's slight shifts in some of the fund and in the funding, but I would say as a whole, there isn't major changes to the final from the preliminary.
Well, thank you. Because it brings up the question, or maybe the suggestion, that the language could be a little confusing in the current narrative, because it on page 4 talks about the preliminary budget has been prepared, and then it talks about in the next page. I mean, I guess references generally to the preliminary budget when I think you're talking about now the final budget. If the final budget is a little different from the preliminary budget, I would think that'd be kind of confusing to have that labeling.
Can you point out where
Well,
on the summary that
the summary?
Which
The summary, at the very top, it leads with the summary. The Cambria Community Services District preliminary budget for fiscal year has been prepared. And it seems to refer, and then the next page, seems to refer to the material that we're reading. Then attachment number 1 of the page 5 is combined preliminary budget. But if there was changes made, wouldn't that be the final budget?
I mean, yeah, ultimately, if this item is approved, it's going to include all the changes in the operations. That's what will be reflected in the budget. So yes.
My suggestion would be to make sure we change the description wherever the changes have been made and the changes are reflected in the document to final from preliminary, if that's possible. If that's appropriate.
Okay, so then do we need to bring it forward again when those changes are made?
I wouldn't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, but
If it pleases the board, then we can make those changes to the final budget before it's posted.
that's makes perfect sense to me, yes.
All right, Ms. Fritz, I have a question right there on the initial page, 439. So in the past year, we had the deficit over a little over $1 million, mainly due to the fire engine. But in the upcoming budget, the deficit is just under $4 million. Explanation on it are some of these items that are here on page 501. They probably have something to do with the deficit of almost $4 million. So could you explain to us why this higher deficit exists and how the district and the ratepayers of this community intend to address this? Is that a fair question?
Yeah, so, I mean, the $1 million deficit from 25-26 is due to the fire engine purchase.
Right.
And so the $4 million is not necessarily the deficit, it's the roll forward request for all the projects that we're requesting to be rolled forward. So the deficit itself will be different because considering part of that 4 million is including 2.6 million from SST, which is funded from the bond proceeds. So whatever we spend, we will have the money to come in. And so that's not being funded from reserves. We are anticipating funding from reserves, 800,000 in wastewater, 692,000 in WRF, 2 million in water, and 185,000 in general fund. So I'd have to add those up. I think, it's about 3 million or so. I'd have to add it up. I don't have it added up. So some of these projects don't have funding sources addressed yet. Some of them, most of them have been planned to be spent from reserves. And so that is the plan, to fund them from reserves.
And so with this funding from reserves, where will that leave the reserves that we have?
It would, for depending on where it's being spent out of, it would deplete the reserves by the $3 million or so in total.
Okay.
But one thing is I'm rolling forward $1.2 million of Stewart Street tank rehabilitation. I know that that project is not going to come in at that number. We don't know how much under it will be, but so these are budgeting numbers that were projected. Some of these projects are going to require other funding to fund them. So, those issues will be brought before the board. So, I don't think some of these projects have been carried forward for a couple years. So, we're not going to be spending money that we don't have, but at this point in time, most of these if not all of these projects have, aside from SST, the board has decided to use reserves to fund these projects. And so it would reduce our reserves by the amount that we are budgeting here.
Okay, so how will that affect the amount of money that we have in reserve, and how concerned should the board be about this?
I can answer that, President Farmer, to a certain extent. We would have to look at all the current reserve balances, and then these projects, as we roll them forward, we would have to do some calculations, rough calculations now, and pick them out of those various different funds, because you've got multiple projects across multiple different reserve funds. But how concerned should we be as a district? We should be pretty concerned, because we're starting to have these projects pile up that we do not have the revenue streams for, which means we're dipping into reserves, which is why we're doing the rate study to bring forward a potential Prop 218 to start catching up on those rates, in addition to fee schedule updates. The Fire Protection Committee and the ad hoc is looking at a special tax measure that we could see in 2028. Unfortunately, a lot of the deferred maintenance that's occurred in this district over the past decade we're starting to have to deal with that now. And things have only, as we know, things have only gotten more expensive. The Stewart Street tank probably doubled in cost, because of, for whatever reason, lack of action at that time on getting that done. And now no pun intended, we're paying the price.
All right, thank you. Director Scott, you wish to ask a question or make a comment?
Yes, thank you, President Farmer. And I think an example to speak to what the general manager is saying, for instance, we decided to take out of reserves 1.1 million for the new fire engine, although we got a grant for 935,000. So that initially, it's not really a million, it's not really a $1 million deficit. It really is about 60,000 or so. And so when he talks about funding sources, not only would that be, for instance, taking out a loan or that kind of a thing, but also grants. And there are several possibilities out there where we're going to have money that may or may not come in to pay for some of those projects. And so this staff have very much been involved in securing those extra funds that don't necessarily deplete. So then it wouldn't necessarily deplete our reserves. So I think the thought that I have is that just because it looks like there's a deficit of 3.9 million, that's not necessarily going to happen, because we'll either get grants or we'll get a loan or we'll figure it out. So I'm not nervous about that.
Thank you, Dr. Scott. And yes, we are continuously working on grant funding. And we've applied for community project funding. There's WRDA grants. There's a Prop 4 grant that's around the corner that's going to be populating, and we're going after a lot of that. And I believe I mentioned it last board meeting, but we're going to hopefully bring before the board a consultant service agreement for a firm that does some lobbying based out of DC that works directly with, our politicians in DC, and will target some of that funding for our district. And we're getting pretty aggressive about that. So hopefully we can start funding a lot of these capital purchases through grants.
Well, thank you both for elaborating on that and calming any concerns, serious concerns we might have in this issue. Yes, Director Gray.
Yeah, President Farmer, thank you. Yeah, just to sort of carry on that conversation a little bit about grants. One problem with grants, of course, is that their reimbursement, it tend almost always to be reimbursement grants. And so you have to lay out the money for the item, the project, before you get the money, which sometimes comes quite a bit later. So there's a period, and this is true of the skate park grant and the fire engine grant. And that between them is about $1.5 million, a little more. That's money that encumbers the reserves. You can't spend those reserves during that time. And so it reduces the amount of reserves you have for short-term emergency things or whatever, or for, even for future grants. So we should make a distinction. Maybe this should be something that maybe future agenda items or something like that. our, a grant, or just a report, when we're reporting on grant revenue and upcoming grant revenue and reserves, is to make the distinction between available reserves, currently available reserves, encumbered reserves, and grants, and when those grants are expected to come in. Because what we want to avoid, of course, is a cash flow problem. And we had one, I think, President Farmer might remember, I certainly remember, in 2015, when the money, the 3 point, what is it, 3 point something, but more than $3 million in a grant for what was then the EWS, was supposed to arrive sometime in the fall. It didn't show up. And we basically scraped bottom. I mean, we basically were out of money for a short time and had to do some radical belt tightening. It was all cash flow because you knew you'd get the money, but you didn't know when. And state and federal agencies are not that fast giving you money. You know, we know from Stewart Street Tank too. So yeah, we have to have maybe a distinction made in how we report. Maybe not in this budget or anything like that. I'm not gonna add to that, but maybe in future reporting on exactly what reserves we.
Yeah, thank you, Director Gray. We definitely can do that. You know, just off the top of my head, we have about, we'll round up to about $700,000 encumbered for the skate park grant. That's going to be a long process in terms of getting those funds recouped, you know, because it's an arduous process to work with the state and get refunded there. And then with the fire engine grant, you know, we can't recoup those funds until the engine is actually built and on site. However, Mrs. Dodson and myself have filled out all the paperwork ready, so it's ready to fund. We just can't fund it until the engine arrives. So that's so you're correct in that sense, is that we won't recoup that hit to the general fund, and we also can't spend down the general fund any more than we've encumbered for the skate park. I don't think we have any other grants out in water or wastewater that are reimbursement grants outside of Stewart Street tanks we may be waiting on. Okay. So 375 from the Stewart Street tanks, and then also the restroom grant we did receive. So I think we're flush in that area. However, if we were to get another community project funding grant for any type of water or wastewater project, we would be in that position again where we'd be drawing down reserves. So.
Thank you. Yes, did you wish to make a further comment, Director Gray?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks. Oh, thank you. Thank you, General Manager McElhaney. Looks like Director Scott, you wish to make a further comment? Thomas, I'm sorry. My apologies.
It's okay. That's my middle name. But yeah, thank you, President Farmer. And yeah, and while we're on the grants, I have a couple other comments. But while we're on the grants, the 935 grant is not included in this budget. It's money that will come in to reimburse, but it's not shown as a line item yet for the reasons you described. And if I'm not mistaken, the 375 for the Stewart Street tank isn't shown here in this budget either. And that's money that will reduce that draw in reserves.
That already came in last fiscal year, so that was in 25-26.
Okay, that's already behind us.
Yes, and the restroom grant came in 25-26.
Yeah, that's okay. So that's in the prior year.
Correct.
I wanted to bring attention to on page 4 in the budget narrative. We make the statement that general fund budgets are funded through taxes and assessments. True, which are not increasing in parallel with the inflation rate. And, you know, I brought that up in the discussion of the preliminary budget. You know, the data I've seen contradicts that. From the available CPI data that I've been able to find, the rate increases in property tax allocations over the last 4 years, 7.9%, 4.4%, 3.9%, and 4.7% annual increases in our property tax allocations are relatively on par with the changes in the consumer price index. So I would just encourage us to take that statement out. I just hate to see any language in the narrative which, you know, in a sense, it's crying wolf. It doesn't, I haven't seen data that supports that claim, and it does, I think doesn't benefit us to have any language in the budget narrative that could be challenged.
Can you point out which line you're speaking to? I'm sorry.
Sure, in the
Page.
on page 4, the 1, 2, 3, fourth paragraph.
Oh, I
So-
see.
So one thing to think about too is CPI is not, like we saw, insurance has increased 26%. I would
Right.
say our salaries and our benefits are increasing at a faster rate than CPI. So, I mean, I'm not, we can look at that sentence and reorganize it or restructure it in a way that makes more sense. But oftentimes different line items increase at a faster rate than what CPI is. CPI is, 4%. And I think, like we saw, you pointed out earlier with insurance, that was a 26%, which is a large line item and it's a large amount. But I can see, yes, we can tighten up that language.
Yeah, a statement that
more
might
accurate.
have more durable veracity would be that the costs we're facing as a district are increasing more rapidly than property taxes. That's not very debatable. I mean, that, but, so I think you see that point.
Can I have a comment?
Yes, Director Gray.
Thank you. I don't want to, maybe I don't want to make this too complicated because taxes and assessments do not increase in parallel with the inflation rate, either up or down. But we live under a Prop 13 regime where if everything else being equal with a property, you got a 2% limit on the amount the assessment can increase if it probably doesn't change hands, and if it's not down valued. We've had a lot of rising property values in the recent years that basically probably keep our revenue pretty much catching up, keeping up with inflation, but it's not guaranteed. It's not part of the system. Whereas if you have a CPI adjustment built into your revenue, like our fire assessment does, that does, if you choose the right index, you do have a built-in inflation protection, but the property tax revenues, general property tax revenues do not really do that. So I don't think we should really change that. It's basically, maybe in recent years they've been increasing in parallel, but there's no real assurance that they continue to do so.
Yeah, so maybe we can find a statement that that's generally true, but as worded, it's it's not correct. But your point is well taken that the property tax proceeds have benefited by home sales, which have reset the bases. Yeah. Also, it might be worthwhile on the facilities and resources, the level of staffing that's proposed. Maybe just a quick explanation of also with reduction of staff from 3 technicians to 1. It would be helpful if we could have an explanation of how that is sustainable.
Thank you, Director Thomas. Well, as discussed with the board in terms of correcting some past wrongs in terms of district action when it came to the allocation of property taxes, we've slimmed down the facilities and resources department because a lot of that just isn't and hasn't been funded appropriately to maintain that type of staffing. We can't continue to do it as a district. It's just not feasible. However, we've created a much better working relationship with the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch. We've had ad hocs, and they've really leaned into this partnership with the CCSD in terms of how we're going to maintain the Fiscalini Ranch. And how we maintain that ranch without being in a deficit, credit to Mr. Aguirre and some of our philosophical changes when I came into the district, You know, we were underwater in facilities and resources year after year from contracting. And then we brought on the 2 maintenance technicians, and we started doing a lot of the work on the ranch through the mechanism of salaries, benefits, and flat out manual labor, and not contracting. As we discussed, we had to start to correct that property tax allocation to what it was meant to be in terms of core services within the district. So leaning into that relationship with the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch, we have a request form now in which we can meet with them on their calendar budget and start requesting funding to help offset that labor that we no longer have with the 3 maintenance technicians. And so they've been working with us. It's a much better relationship. And so this will be kind of the first year that we'll start this process. And Mr. Gear and I are working on creating that, I'll call it a laundry list of requests to help keep the ranch maintained as it has been when we had the staffing, and now have it maintained without that staffing, and focus some of Mr. Geary's work and his one maintenance technician, Anthony, on some of the district properties that need to be maintained, Vets Hall, Fire Department, things of that nature, our restrooms. Well, we've contracted for the restrooms, but perhaps some of the things that need to get fixed in those restrooms, and then work with the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch on the needs for the ranch and how they might assist us in that funding mechanism.
Yeah, thanks. I just, yeah, the,
Could I
oh,
make a statement?
please.
Related to that? Is that okay, Mr. President?
Yes, Director Scott, go right ahead.
Yeah, because Vice President Dean and I were part of the ad hoc that worked directly with the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve. And I just want to say that we have really gotten to a point where we changed the scope, or we changed the charge for the ad hoc committee. And we thought it was going to be a lot of hard work to get to that second part of needing to look at how we coincide some of the decisions about budgeting with the FFRP. And they came to the meeting with a response that met everybody's needs. And even though their budget is a calendar year and our budget is a July 1 to June 30th budget, we found a way to really work together on that. And I just want to say that we truly appreciate FFRP's interest and hard work in making this happen.
Yeah, thank you, Director Scott. And thank you, President Farmer, for allowing this to be a conversation. That's very helpful. And you know, I bring that up, you know, partly because we are in such a fortunate situation with the Facilities and Resources Manager, the ingenuity and the ability to do more with less is a rare find. And we want to be sure that department is resourced in a way that's sustainable. So, thank you. Couple other questions on the, I don't have the page numbers handy, but in the water and in the WRF, the services and supplies, I just noticed that they're in the water fund, they're up $450,000 roughly from last year's actuals, and in the WRF, the services and supplies are up roughly 235 from last year's actuals. And I'm guessing the answer is probably in the prior fiscal year, we avoided some major expenses that are catching up with us. But I just thought it might be a good opportunity to dialogue on that.
I mean, we'd have to look, this does include capital expenditures. So part of that may be that we budgeted more in capital expenditures this year, since that is a one-time request. and I haven't done that comparison, because if, you know, this, like I can see in water, we've requested $460,000 worth of projects. Last year, I don't know how much we requested, but if it was less than 460, then that would attribute to a difference. Same with WRF. The capital expenditures are, so we'd have to go line item by line item to see what increased, what decreased in the actual operating expenditures. Insurance is something that went up, as we saw, and that's allocated out between, you know, each department gets its piece of the property insurance charge. So that went up. Salary and wages did increase based upon the different negotiations with the different unions. So that is an increase, as well as benefits. So I'm just listing out things that I know that did increase from last year to this year. I would say, so without doing a thorough analysis to your question, those are, you know, things that went up. If it equates to the change that you're seeing, we do tend to put in some inflationary numbers just on general supplies and that sort of thing. You know, like a 3% increase. You know, utilities typically go up a little bit. So I'm just going through here trying to see if there's anything else that I could speak to without really doing a thorough analysis of what that changed from last year's prelim operating budget or actuals plus actuals. I mean, this is a budget, right? I tend to budget conservatively, which means that I overestimate things. If I tend to look at, like, you know, worst case scenarios just to make sure that I would rather over budget a little bit than under budget something and be short some money or not have a clear picture. Oftentimes, if you're just looking at total expenditures too, like Mr. Green pointed out, he had quite a few vacancies in positions. And so if you're looking at what actually happened of last year and then what we're budgeting for, like in salaries, it's going to be more because we're budgeting for a full staff. And as we heard last year, they didn't have a full staff for the majority of the year. So that's why actuals were so much less in salaries. I don't know if that's helpful in your question or.
Yeah, to some extent, Mr. Green looks queued up to provide some additional data. I don't know.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll just provide some input. So for the WRF, as far as operating expense materials, there were some items that don't have a shelf life that we put on the budget for 25, 26 that we are procuring now because of operation and certain chemicals that just don't have a shelf life. So we were anticipating more use in the upcoming year than we were in the previous year. So although we budgeted for it, we didn't utilize that for procurement.
That would do it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you all for this discussion. I don't see any further green lights on, so let me ask, is there any, after all this dialogue here, any public comment in the room or in Zoom land, Ms. Dodson?
No.
Or it's a public hearing and we are considering adopting the resolution. So do we, I believe so let me just ask Mr. Carmel, so do we make a motion to adopt the resolution approving the budget for the upcoming fiscal year?
Yes, President Farmer.
Thank you. I guess that was fairly obvious, but I thought I'd clarify just to make sure. So would anybody wish to do that?
Second here. I have the resolution here.
It's on page 439.
Yeah, I could make a motion if you don't mind.
Well,
Nope. I could Make a motion.
Right, oh, I thought you were going
Oh,
to
I'm
do
sorry,
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I move that the board adopt resolution 33-2026, approving the final CCSD budget for fiscal year 2026-2027 and reserve for encumbrances fiscal year 2025-2026.
Second the motion.
All right, Ms. Dotson, we have a motion and a second and a roll call, please.
Director Gray,
Aye.
Vice President Dean,
Aye.
Director Thomas,
Aye.
Director Scott,
Aye.
President Farmer.
Aye. By the way, did I ask for public comment? I think I did, didn't I? Thank you. I'm sure. All right, let's move on to the general manager's report. And Mr. McElhaney, how are things these days?
We're doing well. We're doing well. Thank you, President Farmer.
Good.
For my report, we have some employment opportunities within the district with some promotions in the fire department. There was a written exam and physical agility test for our safer firefighter recruitment. We had a engineer promote from firefighter, which promotes what was a safer up to a permanent firefighter. And then now there's an opening for the safer firefighter position, which we just conducted and finished those interviews. There is administrative tech 2 position that we had interviews for this week that will replace Mr. Eric Johnson. And we had lots of applicants on that one and really qualified applicants. So we're fortunate there. We have some openings in the water department, an OIT, operator 1 or 2, and operator T3, D2. Mr. DeLon Blackburn is retiring. What date? October 2nd or 3rd, he will be retiring from the district. So 20 years of service. So we're excited for him, and but we hate to see him go. Owen Purcell, our water treatment operator 2, accepted a position with the city of Paso Robles. So we're excited for him. He lives in Paso Robles, so this will be, better for him and his family. We have several public records requests, as you can see here. I'll touch base on the water reclamation facility coastal development permit. We did touch, we talked about it a little bit with the rescheduling of the meeting. Staff has met with the Coastal Commission several times over the past few weeks to provide some updates to them regarding the AMP and some of our adaptive management plan updates, giving them information on water quality testing and water monitoring and riparian vegetation monitoring and well levels. I mean, we've just been going back and forth, and it's been a very collaborative working relationship. Our hydrologist, Gus Yates, met with them and gave them a presentation on lagoon health and nitrate loading and dissolved oxygen for the steelhead. It was very thorough. They were very receptive. We expect their staff reports to be published probably the week of August 20th, which will basically state whether or not they found substantial issue or no substantial issue with the coastal development permit issued by the county. Typically, if there's no substantial issue, the commissioners will usually approve what staff recommends. There may be questions by the commissioners if that's the case, but we'll be ready for that. But we feel pretty good about where we are with this coastal development permit. And with that, I'll turn it over to the board with any questions.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. McElhaney. Any board comments or questions to the general manager? Yes, Vice President Dean.
Would you like to speak to the visit to the fire station from our
Thank you. Thank you for reminding me.
Representative Panetta?
Director Dean, yes. So we did have a visit by Congressman Panetta, who came by the fire station. He was in town. He hadn't been able to come by the fire station to talk with us about the grant that we received, which was the $935,000 grant that we have not received yet because we're waiting for the engine to arrive. But he gave a great speech, and it was heartwarming, and Director Dean was there and spoke as well, off the cuff, no script. And the fire chief spoke as well, and we're really excited. I did have a meeting scheduled with him tomorrow in Paso Robles, just to sit down and chat with him, but he's kind of wrapped up with the timber fire, so we're going to reschedule that. But we're looking forward to having him back once the engine arrives, and yeah.
All right, thank you. So if there's nothing further from you, General Manager McElhaney, it appears next we're having the Facilities and Resources Managers Report. Oh, excuse me. Thank you. Any public comment on the General Manager's report? Yes, Mr. Heinrichsen.
There we go. Good, thanks. For the postponement of the CCSD board meeting from the 10th to the 17th. So that's the 10th is the date that the hearing or you'll have with this Coastal Commission board. Is that correct?
Okay, if I respond, President
Sure.
Farmer? Yes, I believe it's 9th, 10th, and 11th are the 3 days that the Coastal Commission meeting spans. The 9th, the first day, which is the 9th, is typically internal state business with the Coastal Commission, and we're anticipated to be on the schedule for the 10th.
Okay. And is that a public meeting?
It is a public meeting.
Okay, so if I go to their webpage, I can.
Yes,
log into
it'll
that.
be on Zoom.
Okay.
Typically, they'll stream it live on Zoom.
Great. Okay. that
Or you
was
could
my
come with us to Eureka if you like.
question. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
President Farmer, I just have
Yes,
quick question about the timing of the agenda. When will that agenda be available for those meetings?
For the Coastal Commission?
Yes.
Typically, at least a week ahead of time, sometimes 10 days. Typically, it's around 10 days.
Thank you.
yeah, that's Vice President Dean. You usually follow up on Coastal Commission meetings, right?
Yes, I'll write a report on that one. And also on last week's Coastal Commission, actually it's this week's. I need to watch the recording, but there will be something I will be reporting on for yesterday's Coastal Commission meeting. They had on the agenda brambles, Dirk Winter and brambles. So I will be writing a report on that.
Well, I have a feeling the community would be interested in that. Thank you. All right. So with no public comment on the General Manager's report, Mr. Gary, would you like to give your report, please?
Thank you, President Farmer and staff. As for our department, as everybody knows, we're down to one individual at this point, and myself. We have been maintaining everything at this point. We've been going out and as things occur, that's our biggest thing for the public safety and also for the public bathrooms and also the streetlights and the troopers off around town. There's a couple areas that we've been really focusing. It has been on the trails, keeping them clear. I know we've had a couple trees in the past couple of weeks that came down. They were blocking the impeding the trails. So we did I personally went out and bucked them out because it was only myself. The other individual was doing something else. We've moved everything off to the side of the trails. We will be going back to pull those pieces of debris out eventually, probably within the next 2 weeks at the latest. As time allows, we'll turn around, take those and ship them all out. I know there's been a couple concerns in regards of the city lights down Main Street. There's a couple of them that are out and the photo cells are backwards on them. I believe there's a short in them. So I have Electrocraft company that does our lighting for us come back out. I wanted to make sure we had quite a few different things to look at because due to the fact that it's like $700 for them to come out with a boom truck just for one light. So that's why I want to more or less put about 4 of them together so that way it meets the whole package deal on there. Everything's going pretty good. I do want to say on the behalf with working with the Friends of the Fiscalini with the agreement that's come across. I mean, that is a very big deal for us. I know when I came on, there was an abundance of contracting and doing a lot of stuff on the outside of our division. And I know now here we are, you know, looking at our deficit, and that involves staffing. I just do want to say on the behalf of them and also myself, I am very grateful that we actually came to an agreement with this and the hard work that, you know, everybody has put into this. It has been hard in late nights, you know, contemplating on the conversation piece and how to present it. Those are things that I know that have come across with a lot of this. I'm just very fortunate, you know, with them being part of this, overseeing what we do as the property owners, you know, the volunteers. That is the biggest thing too. This would not be, I'll be honest with you, we'd be up a bigger hill if it wasn't for the volunteers that do a lot of the work out there as for the invasive species and the trail work, which is really appreciated by myself and my staff, the ones that I do have. No, it's basically, like I said, we've been just maintaining with what we have. We've had quite a few fix inside of the public restrooms due to the amount of volume of people coming through the community. We've actually spent a good, possibly roughly about 20 hours in the last month on the outside of not cleaning and having another service take over that. So we've been staying busy with the two of us, but we're still accomplishing quite a bit on our behalf and also for the district, for the public. That's basically everything that I have for this month's meeting.
Well, thank you, Mr. Aguirre. Any board members wish to make a comment? Yes, Director Thomas.
Yes, thank you so much, President Farmer, and thanks again, Mr. Aguirre, for your ingenuity in making things happen. Question about, you know, what do we know about the, I guess, the Fire Safe Focus Group and the Forest Health Grant? The work is coming relatively soon. What do we know?
So with that there, I believe from what I've seen on paper, it says September 1st. So that's what they're supposed to be pushing right around that first, that date there. And it's supposed to go on for roughly about a month and a half, the latest. They're talking about doing, there's approximately about 60 acres that are on record for that one there to cover the Forest Loop Trail all the way down more or less towards the Dolphin Bench, towards that area there on the top. They're going to be going in and clearing out quite a bit, a lot of the dead trees, a lot of stuff that's basically overcrowding all the native plants. So they're going to be spacing them out, removing quite a bit. And chipping is going to be occurring. Portion of that chipping is going to be left there on site, and then some it's going to be hauled out. Most of it's going to be hauled out. The stuff that's going to be left behind is going to be more or less within a distance of the trail so we can utilize it on the trail work. So that way it's not too big of a fire hazard, stuff of that nature. So that way it's not too much in the public eye. That's the biggest concern, because I know it becomes an eyesore and a big concern. So our department and also hopefully with the trail department, we'll be able to turn around and actually disperse a lot of those chips out to the trails before this winter comes through.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I've had some hikers just ask about, you know, mid-ranch on the slope on the way up the Marine Terrace, those dozens of just dead trees. Are they kind of come down that far from what you know?
Far as I know, no, not at this point. I know with working with the Friends Fiscalini, we've been talking about right around that area, because I know the Monarch Butterfly Sanctuary that's there just, east of that on the southeast corner there. That's all going to be part of something that we General McElwain and I have to sit down and turn around and look at it, what kind of budget that we need to present to the FFRP in regards of future work out there. And that is a big concern, is that area. We did bring it up in the last meeting that we had with the committee. That's something that's a big one within there. But she said there is a possibility if they do accomplish a lot more than what they anticipate, they would be able to sneak over a little bit and get into that area too. So it's on that borderline of getting taken care of. So it's on the whiteboard, I'll be honest with you. So very true. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Not seeing any further green lights on. Do we have any public comment in the room or online on Mr. Aguirre's report? Yes, Ms. Heinrichs?
Yes, I'd just like to thank Mr. Gary for his work and suggest to the board that it might be a good time to consider hiring a janitorial service to service those public restrooms, since this has been, there is heavy use for those, and it would be a way of supporting him. Thank you.
I believe that's already been done, Ms. Heinrichs. Ms. Heinrichs, I'll let General Manager McElhaney reply to your comment.
That's already been done.
In case you weren't aware, Ms. Heinrichs, it's been about close to 2 months that we've had a service caring for the restroom 7 days a week. All right, thank you, Mr. Gary. You and Anthony have as quiet a rest of the week and weekend as you possibly can, okay?
Hey, thank you.
All right, and thanks for your hard work, both of you. Anthony's a great guy. I mean, if you're going to have just one staff member, he's the man.
Exactly. Common collective. That's his motto. So yeah, I really appreciate him and his approach to everything.
Yeah.
That gets thrown at us every day. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, General Manager McElhaney, should I let you introduce Ms. Fritz?
Absolutely. Mrs. Fritz, this is President Farmer.
Yeah, item 8C, Ms. Fritz. If you would have your finance manager's report for us, please.
Yes. So finance manager's report for the month of August. We had the expenditure report on agenda item 5A, that was already discussed. We have the compensation for the board members for the month of July, as well as cash balances from last year at this time, 7/31, in this year. So the comparisons there. And the update on the SST project, which, really hasn't changed much, but I will be making some payments this month. So we'll see some movement on there. We're very busy in the finance, getting the final budget and the budget, and all of that done, as well as the fourth quarter report, and then moving into getting ready for the audit, as well as other projects that are on our plate, and just keeping everything moving along. Which in itself can, there's a lot of reporting due at this time to the county, the state, taxes, and all sorts of things. So keeping up as best that we can, and staff is doing a wonderful job of, taking care of what they need to take care of and assisting me where they can. And so, yeah, that's all I have for any updates through July. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Any board members have any questions for Ms. Fritz?
We've
yes,
already
go.
asked plenty of questions. Thank you.
All right. Do we have any public comment on Ms. Fritz's report?
No.
Thank you. Ms. Fritz, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And have a lovely weekend, okay? Don't think about the district. Thank you. All right, let's, General Manager McElhaney, would you like to introduce Mr. Green and the utilities report?
Absolutely. Mr. Green, this is the board.
Thank you, President Farmer and General Manager McElhaney. Appreciate the heads up there. So this is for the utilities report for the month of July. Here, we'll start off with the wastewater as we usually do. So we'll update the Solid Solutions Turnkey program through PG&E, that is. Been going on for almost 3 years, but majority of the physical project for a year now. Majority of the treatment processes have been completed. The month of July was really that operational process time for internal staff to get used to operation, to make those adjustments to the changing flows and honestly changing temperatures that have come in for that product we're receiving there. So we've refined that, and we're seeing quite a difference in operation and our finished product. That is the treated effluent that's going to the percolation ponds in San Simeon. So that's been wonderful. That would took a couple months to get used to. There's some environmental changes that we kind of had to adapt to as well, though. But I'm really pleased to see our wastewater department pulling through and internally coming up with some solutions to some of the operational parameters that we were having difficulties with earlier in the summer and late spring there. Also, our new generator has received permission to operate, our PTO from PG&E. They had to isolate that, bring in a new main panel prior to that. We did a lot of new wiring and conduit changes below ground. So all the asphalt has been repaired. So our plant's back to normal. I think at one time here a couple weeks ago, we had about 300 lineal feet of open trench there. So it's good to have our plant back and fully operational. And good news about the generator. We're still going through some initial kind of break-in period with this. We've had a lot of PG&E interruptions in service. So with that comes some challenges here. The first interruption in service that came, our generator fired right up, but wouldn't shut off. So we made some other, not repairs, but operational edits to that. And we got it to where it would shut off when the PG&E power was restored, but wouldn't go on when it came off. So we're working on some things there. The alternator wasn't charging the battery. So the battery that gave it the power for initial startup was depleted. So there's just some growing pains we're having with that new generator, but it is fully functional. We have received the permission to operate from PG&E, so that's been fantastic. On the lift station B4 front, as far as that project is concerned, we are about a week out from dropping the coastal development permit and establishing our pathway for CEQA for that project. We expect to drop the request for proposals or the bid for that next March or April, with execution or breaking ground of that project to take place around July 1st of next summer. So we're really looking forward to that. We've got some things to do, on the engineering side, as far as the documents and civils, we need about 80–90% more drawings, and then of course our permitting pathway for that. On the water department side, we had a pressure reducing vault repaired. This is at the Ardith Madison location, so this is on the way to Marine Terrace there. There was a 7 PSI spike, which doesn't sound huge, but that additional 7 PSI in that area can lead to about to tens of thousands of gallons of more water consumption there due to that higher pressure. So I thank the operational staff for water for conducting their normal vault evaluations a couple weeks ago, and they saw that pressure difference. So we had Clay Val come out and replace that in-house here. So that was wonderful. And we we repaired that without a real interruption to service to that area. So that was fantastic there as well. We all know that we did that generator replacement RFP. So Alpha Electrical Services won that bid. Work begins next week on that. So we'll be removing that generator that's at the Stewart Street tank location. So there'll be a lot of Stewart Street tank construction going on. We'll have that removed. We have a temporary towable or remote generator in place. So that way we make sure we have backup power constant through this upgrade portion. And the second generator that we will replace will be at the Lemert. These are both replacing 1986 Cummins Tier 0 Air Pollution Control District approved generators for that. So that's fantastic there. The Stream Bank Rehabilitation Program that is for Santa Rosa. We've got some good news from county. They have some modeling files that they've been working on. They're getting approval from their consultants. This is all data to support the no rise model we have for that corridor there, for that creek lining there. Any rehab or repair that we do, the county, the flood control district doesn't want to see that rise. Obviously, we want that water to stay in this channel and not surface and then stream out along Highway 1 from there. So the data that we have from those reports that they've performed in the past, we're going to utilize that and present that for our CDP as well. So that's supporting information there. So that's fantastic with that project. Water consumption trending is up for the last couple months by pretty close to 10%. I think we've all seen the community busy, probably about, Thursday at lunch, kind of going through till Monday evening. So we are up a tick there. So we're probably looking at our annual consumption jumping up from about 520 acre feet this year to what we're anticipating being about 530 plus. So the hotels, our commercial lodging's been sold out. There's a lot of people around town. It's nice to see them, eating and shopping around downtown, but that has come at an increase to our diversion and our consumption in the community. And also, we kind of discussed this a little bit earlier, but our WRF Title 22, rather, engineering upgrade or consulting report is coming up for a request for proposal, and we should have that ready for you in September or October. But that'll be a major undertaking and a complex, comprehensive document for the WRF functions, kind of bringing us up to date here. Most or all Title 22 operating facilities are required every 5 years to do an engineering update. So this is the WRF's first ever engineering update that we've had, being that it's just kind of on emergency operations and not full-time operations. So we'll see that necessary piece of engineering update taking place here. And that'll be about a year and a half duration to do that full update to that Title 22 engineering report. So with that, President Farmer, I'll throw it back to you and the board for any questions.
Right. Director Thomas, before I ask a couple of questions, go right ahead.
Thank you, President Farmer. First, let's like to draw our attention to page 523. A Cowper Langton main repair reported leak on Langton Street. The repair was completed within the day. That looks like that was a mess. And I spent a little bit of time in the ditch. Seems like well done is in order on that one.
Thank you. Unfortunately, they're very experienced at repairing leaks, and some of those that are easier to access. And of course, we have quite a plethora of materials and parts to repair and everything on hand here. So some days, some things go easy, and some days you just kind of hunt around and drill around and try and find where the actual leak source area is. But this is one of the more beneficial, and again, experience does help in expediting those repairs.
Thanks, and that's mighty close to home. And I may have missed it. Are we still flowing, or have we had flow cessation yet?
Well, we had flow cessation back in July.
July?
Yeah.
Okay. Date top of mind, or?
I'm sorry?
Somewhere in just mid-July?
I think it was around the 1st of July.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was somewhere around the 1st through the 4th. So again, that late April rain that we had, because we were looking at flow cessation back in Memorial Weekend. So we had an extra good 2 months or 6 weeks out of that again. And there's still some pools there in some of the scour areas there. So we've had biologists doing our night frog survey and our day survey out in the creek. So there's still a lot of flora and fauna out there, but just in smaller pools that are drying up.
Okay, and let's hope for a short dry season.
Yes, amen.
And then the other question, with all the news about water entities being hacked into by Iran, we know, China's been in a lot of pockets, a lot of systems. What do we know? How do we know we haven't been, they don't have any tentacles into our systems and to our PLCs, and what do we do to prevent?
Again, so we have a fantastic SCADA network with tough automation, and since its inception and since we've been working with them for my 9+ years here, so hacking isn't a new thing for us, and hacking into water, unfortunately, this has been going on for 10+ years. So we really made sure that we had our site and any access to that encrypted and multi-layers of defense for that. It is on a separate network than our data here, than our customer data. So if there were any breach into our customer data or into the SCADA data, neither files could be, imported or gotten into on either side there. And it's actually a topic, thank you, Director Thomas, that I've been looking forward to bringing to our R&I here, probably at the end of the year, we'll have our SCADA, that's scientific control and data automation, provide a presentation and get down kind of in semi-granular level on the measures that he's taking to remain resilient against these cyber attacks.
Thank you, Director Thomas. So, Mr. Green, a couple of, or maybe more than a couple. So first off, I wanted to also remark on the Cowper Langton project that you had to deal with, and just looking at those photos, and the fact that that was all done in one day was really impressive. So our compliments to the staff. So you mentioned when we were discussing the fourth quarter budget that you were down 2 staff members. So everybody therefore is working a little bit harder. So why is it that you had 2 people resign, move on?
Right, yeah, very good.
And why is it they haven't been replaced?
Well, honestly, we've flown the position, I think, a couple times in the last year, and we just haven't received the candidate pool that we would like to hire. So that's why we've taken on some F&R members. My apologies to David, but some very good, hardworking gentlemen that were intelligent enough to pass these exams and certification levels. But the candidate pool that we received externally just hasn't met our standards. So that's why we haven't really brought any new hires in outside of the organization. And I think we all remember Adam Steventon, fantastic employee for us here. We've never replaced his level of a role because we've never received, again, any candidates that have that certification or education or experience level. So yeah, it's been rather difficult hiring, honestly, water and wastewater operators, and I think that's statewide, if not, stateswide here. So it's difficult finding those younger millennials or adults that really want to get into this difficult kind of career. So,
Right.
yeah, and fortunately for us, water has had its leaks, but after years and years of rehabbing and replacement, we've seen those leaks diminish. In fact, the little 4-inch main on Cowper, I say little, but it's still a 4-inch main capable of 500 gallons a minute. That was a root growing underneath that kind of cracked the surface of the pipe. But that's our first main leak, or main break rather, than we've had in almost 2 years. So while our service work and our emergency work out in the field is diminishing, that's kind of reduced that operator load in water, but they're still feeling that on the on-call representatives, because we need 4 people, 1 for each month of the each week of the month rather, to supply that on-call, and that's a long time. That's 9 days straight where you're on call responding to emergencies or calls, or our SCADA alerts for a low tank level or the generator not going on. That's a long week. So I understand it's hard to get good candidates, but we're still looking. That's why we have that position flown right now.
All right, thank you. A couple of other things. So the improvements that have been going on now for a couple of years, I guess you could say, at the wastewater plant, and I believe we were hoping that they would be finished up by this month. How is that going?
Yeah, we're looking on pace for 3 weeks from now, basically culminating all the activity. Then you'll have that post-construction activities where they clean up the areas and they demobilize all their computers and their office and all the other parts and engineers and consultants that were along with that. But yeah, we're finally on track for, basically 3 weeks now from the ending or termination of that project.
All right, thank you. With regard to page 540, and you were mentioning just moments ago, so to speak, that there's actually an increase in water usage because of the, people vacationing here. Yet I'm looking at the San Simeon Creek well levels. Have we already hooked into Santa Rosa Creek? Is that the reason? Here we are from July 1st through 15th, that the well levels at San Simeon have actually increased. And I know we had some late rain, but is that how this has happened?
Yeah, you're seeing that impact from that late rain. And then you're seeing the reduction in consumption from San Simeon. As of right now, we're over 50% of our dry season diversion for the Santa Rosas. And that's how we kind of rest the San Simeons and let that aquifer kind of heal up and and don't use that or don't return to full-time use of that till after October.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
I also want to ask you about the pilot study for the ZLD. How is that coming along?
The pilot, we completed
Well,
that.
not the pilot study, but the possibility of us being involved in approving the ZLD.
So there's a couple, so Corolla was putting together kind of a project team for how to reduce RO concentrate. So that's our brine, that's our concentrate. They're looking together. Corolla has done, I think, about 18 Title 22 engineering reports or upgrades, 5-year upgrades amongst the whole state. They're pretty much the best DPR, IPR engineering consultants there are in the business in the state. So with that, we've joined on to this program where we'll provide data and any other information necessary to kind of see how we can reduce that brine concentration. So I don't necessarily think of it as a pilot, more as like a comprehensive collaboration of consultant and agencies. Does that kind of answer your question, or are we talking like the actual global water innovations pilot?
I guess what I was inquiring about was how is the district moving forward? And I guess this would ultimately be something that would have to be approved by the board, our involvement with global water innovations.
I can take that one, President Farmer. So we have a brine concentrate issue. We've pretty much identified that our options are hauling the way that
Right.
we do now, or it's hauling utilizing ZLD, or there's some access to San Simeon's outfall. We haven't landed on any other brine concentrate solution. The length and amount of time it would take to work with the county on getting access to San Simeon's outfall and some regionalization between us treating their wastewater is a long way down the road. I mean, that could be a decade-long process. And staff foresees that we'll need to address that brine concentrate issue sooner than that. So we're actively working on trying to find a funding mechanism to bring before the board if we can acquire it and acquire the ZLD as our brine concentrate solution. But that's a $3+ million project, and if we wait any longer, it could turn into a $4 million project. So we do have there is some earmarked funds, so to speak, allocated at in DC under the WRDA grant for desalinization for Cambria Community Service District. We just haven't been, any of those monies haven't been appropriated to us. So we're working on trying to get into some of those funds to help offset the cost for ZLD, Prop 4 grants. So we're working on the funding piece. And I imagine if we are able to secure funding, we'll bring that before the board to try to get a hold of ZLD.
All right, thank you. Do any members of the board have any questions for Mr. Green? Did I already ask that? All right. Well, there's any public comment on Mr. Green's report?
No.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Green. And by the way, I want to make one more brief comment as you talk about not being able to fill positions as people have left. So Delon was probably one of the first folks that I became acquainted with when him and another person who has since left the district, and he and I, we get along great. Well, you could see how, because Delon's just a great guy. And plus he's got all this historical knowledge. Replacing him is probably not going to be, especially his, like I said, all the history that he has with wastewater. And so how's that going to work out?
Yeah, Delon will be missed. He has incredible institutional knowledge. What we're using right now before he departs is collaborating with our OpenGov, our asset management, our computerized management system, is taking his knowledge and then putting that into a digital context that we can go ahead and, regurgitate that information or obtain or search and find that information. So yeah, we're really scrambling these last 90 days to, kind of suck all that information out of him and get it into a file, get it into accessible files and documents that we can utilize for the future. But yeah, he will definitely be missed and is quite a character and fun to work with as well.
Yeah, he's a cool guy. That's my humble opinion. All right, thank you. So moving on to item 9, and I'm trying to remember when we get to this point, would I even say, is this something I hand off to you, General Manager McElhaney, or I don't know why I'm.
Is this committee and liaison reports?
Yeah.
Typically you handle it, President Farmer, and just ask if any of the board members would like to report out.
Okay, thank you for reminding me. I appreciate that. So, do any board members have any comments on the various reports that we provided? Yes, Vice President Dean.
We didn't have an R&I meeting, so I did not have a report, but I do want to say that we do have an R&I meeting on Monday at 2 o'clock. And Mr. Green is going to update it, give us a semi-annual update on all of the projects.
The nomenclature for it's the mid-year report.
Oh, mid-year,
Sorry.
excuse me. The mid-year report on all of our projects, as well as an update on our ion water. And there was one other thing that I can't think of right off the top of my head. Oh, the Stewart Street tanks. You're going to give us a slideshow on the Stewart Street tanks.
So this would be Monday, August 17th at 2 p.m.?
Monday, August 17th at 2 p.m.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
All right. Cool. Anyone else on the board have any reports on
I have a
their
question.
committees? Yes.
I have a question for Mr. Green. I have two questions for Mr. Green. So the SST projects should be done, you said, in about 3 weeks? And then there's cleanup and getting everything back in order. So will we be able to have a committee and public tour of the wastewater treatment plant to see all the upgrades?
Yeah, I mean, would October be acceptable?
And
Give us
then
a couple weeks to get all the grounds cleaned up and
Okay.
some other items moved around.
And when is Mr. Blackburn leaving us? I'm gonna miss him.
I think it's the 3rd week of October.
3rd week.
I want to say the 23rd.
I think it's October 2nd or 3rd.
October 2nd or 3rd. There's a difference there as opposed to the 23rd. I mean, it's still the 2 and the 3, but
It's October 2nd.
October 2nd. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I'm sure that Vice President Dean will have some delicious cookies available for October the 1st of whatever day that is at the wastewater plant. Thank you. All right. I think that wraps it up except for, does anybody have any public comment on any of the reports that the board members made?
No.
No. I'm a little embarrassed to say this, but for anyone that cared, there was no report from the NCAC from this past July, because yours truly has been in the process of moving. And even though I was able to do the report from FFRP and the Forest Committee, I fell behind and still haven't caught up on a lot of other things because I'm in the process of moving. So therefore, no report, and I apologize for that. Okay, future agenda items, Ms. Dotson.
We will be recognizing DeLon Blackburn's retirement and 20 years of service to the Cambria Community Services District. Consideration to adopt the August expenditure report. Consideration to adopt the August 7th special meeting minutes and August 13th regular meeting minutes. Discussion and consideration of the strategic plan update. Discussion and consideration of approval of amendment number 6 to the agreement for use of the Vets Hall with American Legion Post 432 and authorize the general manager to execute the amendment. And a discussion and consideration of approval of a consultant services agreement with, is it Keeley? Keeley and Associates for Federal and State Advocacy and Grant Strategy.
All right. I'm ambivalent about saying this, but anybody here in the room or on Zoom land wish to make any future agenda items? Yes, Ms. Heinrichs.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I renew my request that you place the proposed resolution regarding ICE enforcement on your next agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. All seeing nothing further to discuss. I don't see any green lights on here. So this meeting is adjourned. Thank you. And it's 2:22.